Hello. Hi, Dave. Can you hear me all right? Can you hear me, Dave? Hi. There we go. You seem to be fine. I can hear you now.
All right. I've got you, brother. Awesome, man. How you doing?
Yeah, we are doing well. We are on the home stretch, Dave. We have been doing this non-stop since 10 o'clock yesterday morning hours. Yesterday our time. So we've got 5 hours left. So I mean, Paul has been an absolute trooper. He's gone the whole way through. I did have a cheeky half an hour nap to make sure I was refreshed and ready for you. But yeah, we're so grateful for you joining us today.
Yeah.
There seems to be a little bit of a delay on the line. I don't know if you're seeing that and feeling that yourself.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a delay. Yeah.
What's the quality of your internet like?
It's lagging quite heavily for like 10 seconds, but I wonder if it just caught up then.
Yeah, maybe we just persevere and see if it sorts itself out.
Yeah, there's quite a delay, isn't there?
Yeah, I'm getting a bit of lag.
Do you want to try jumping out and jumping in again?
Yeah.
There we go. That seems a little bit better, maybe.
It's please be. Is this good for you guys?
This is good for us. Good. Yeah, we're on.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Dave, you are helping us out massively here because I've got to be honest, the 5 a.m. slot wasn't particularly popular.
I bet. So you guys have been pushing through all night?
Pushing through all night. I cheated slightly. I did have a half an hour nap. I realized so about midnight our time, we'd finished with the main guests that were being interviewed. So that was time for me and Paul to start sharing our stories. Yeah. And about an hour into that, my brain just wasn't working quickly enough. When you're just trying to get words out and they're just like, your brain's like, I can't quite find them. So I thought, for the sake of my morning guests, I will have a half an hour nap and just try and reset. And it seems to have worked.
Good work. And I hope out of screen there's a few coffees on the coffee table in front of your knees there. Is there a bit of caffeine?
It's a mess. There's sweets, there's nuts, there's coffee cups, there's croissants, there's chocolates, there's all sorts. But Dave, we're so happy to have you here. You call yourself the Bipolar Pastor.
Yeah.
What a fantastic title.
Yeah.
So I would love to, let's start there. Let's start with your journey. Take us right back to the very beginning.
Yeah, and feel free to interject with any questions or anything you have, lads. So basically, my story is I've been a Christian for 24 years and been in ministry for 20 years. My wife and I were always pastors together. We were youth pastors and then planted a church together about 13 years ago, which we still pastor now. And along the way, I've always known that my brain just functioned a little bit differently to everyone else's. I think we all got our waves and our rhythms, but I started to find about maybe 7 years ago that I wasn't able to manage my thoughts any longer in a way that I thought was appropriate, not just as a pastor, but as a Christian, as a general person. So what would happen is I'd get fixated on certain, topics or on ideas, and I'd have to research them until I looked at them from every single angle absolutely possible. And it might sometimes take a week, sometimes a month, sometimes 2 months, and I get myself stuck in what I now know is mania, which is, as you fellas would know, the high points of bipolar. So basically, I'm in the bipolar family. I'm technically diagnosed as bipolar type 2, but I'm not. My rhythms aren't the same as that. So in bipolar, if your manias go for more than 7 days, they usually classify, well, this is in Australia, as bipolar type 1.
Yeah.
And if it's 4 days, it's bipolar type 2. But what happens with me is that I get manias that are a little less intense than our bipolar type 1 friends, but go for like 8 weeks at a time. And so I'll be fixated on something like a dog with a bone all day, every day for months at a time. And then eventually what will happen is my body will just like run out of adrenaline, exhaustion, and I'll fall down and I'll go into pretty deep depression. Why it took a while to get sort of sorted out is that sometimes when you're manic, it feels amazing, right? So you're like, oh, got all this extra energy. It feels like you've had 5 Red Bulls and just done 50 push-ups. It's amazing. Had a good kiss with your wife and you're like, yeah, life's fantastic. But in amongst it, so the way I try to explain it, because I've taken my kids on the journey, is that all of us have waves in life. And what happens with my manic waves is on the way up, if they get to 70% and I can maintain kind of like 70% of the elevation, I'm really effective as a pastor, can really network, preach well, lots of energy, that sort of thing. But when it goes beyond that, I start kind of losing grip with good decisions. I'll make irrational decisions, or I'll jump into things that I think are brilliant and then get surprised and offended when everybody else in my world doesn't understand how brilliant and epic these ideas are, right? And so about 7 years ago, that was at its worst. And I went to my doctor when I was depressed because I wasn't going when I was manic. And then he'd go, Dave, these rhythms just seem very consistent with someone who's coming off bipolar. And he started doing a mental health assessment. And basically one thing led to another, and I got referred to a psychiatrist and a psychologist. And in that process, realized that I was dealing with the bipolarity.
And how old were you at this point, Dave?
So now I'm 43. I got diagnosed when I was around about 38. But now that I know what I know, those rhythms had been in my life since early 20s. Yeah. But I put it down to maybe like, oh, he's just extroverted, or he's just a bit impulsive. Because I'd always biased, like I'd go out for McDonald's and come home with a boat, so I'd be like, well, and to a certain extent, that personality is attractive to people if they want to have fun. And we lived on the Gold Coast, and it's kind of like a fun culture. So, when we planted the church, that all kind of worked together, which is why I wanted to sort of speak on this topic a little bit, is because as a pastor with bipolar, you've got this weird thing happening where God's using it and you're not exempt from being, part of him using people to bring restoration to broken people, and at the same time walking with your own crazy brokenness at the same time. So that's kind of my context. That's where I started.
Yeah. And 38 is a really late age to be diagnosed with something like bipolar. And as you said, you experienced that all through, since as long as you can remember, you recognized that you had those waves. Yeah. What was childhood like with those waves? Like, how did you feel I mean, it sounds like you felt aware of them. Did people around you feel aware of them? I mean, you quite often hear stories about children getting disciplined at school because people don't understand what it is they're going through. What was your experience like, and how did people around you react to that?
Yeah, so mine's a bit typical of the Western European heritage. So my parents were both born in Holland, and I don't know how many Dutch people you know, but if there was a motto for all of Holland, it'd be just suck it up and get through it. And so
our CEO and our CEO are both Dutch. They've got Dutch blood. So yeah.
Sorry.
No, they'll completely relate to that. They're like, yeah,
they just go hard, you know. And so in our house, we valued work ethic and going hard and everything, but like anything of weakness, sickness, brokenness was just kind of really dismissed. And so there wasn't really the platform to discuss this. Interestingly, looking back, I'd be very suspect that one of my parents also has been walking with bipolar for a long time, undiagnosed as well. But in my own life, it wasn't really recognized. And one of the problems was I used marijuana really heavily from about 15 onwards as a coping mechanism. Yeah. But also, as you fellas know, that helps bring on the onset later in life. And so I didn't realize in my escaping, I was actually just making everything worse. And so by the time it all came to the forefront, I was a pretty messed up individual by then. Yeah.
Yeah. How did marijuana, I mean, did it mellow you out? Like how was it helping in that instance?
No, it was really just an escape. So it was almost like a numbing of the pain of just like being a bipolar kid and not knowing what was going on. Yeah. Because my rhythms as well, like I could go from cloud 9 to a cloud of darkness within hours. And so I just didn't understand what was happening, man. And because of that sort of Western European heritage, we didn't talk about feelings or whatever. I didn't even know a physiotherapist existed till I was moved out of home. Because if we hurt ourselves growing up, it was always like, you'll be right. Just have a Panadol. And I was like, okay. Yeah, so as an adult, I had to sort of start revisiting all that. And there's a couple of traumatic things later in life triggered some of the things I'd repressed. And then I was like, man, I got to do business with some of this.
Amazing. And did you grow up in a Christian home? Were you
church going home, but not like it was more of a like, you know, that's what we did Sunday morning until the kids were old enough to choose to continue on or not. And I chose not to continue on till later in life. Yeah.
Great. So we pick up the story from when you kind of get diagnosed at the age of 38. And also talk to me about are you married?
I'm married 20 years to my wife, Jess. Yes.
That's incredible. Talk to me about how, one of the things I'd love to hear is what Jess's experience of this is like, because it must be challenging when she says, Dave, can you go get some milk, and you come back with the boat. So how was she that?
Look, in the early days, she found it novel, but as time wore on, as every man knows, your wife doesn't want to marry her son. And so, you know, I'd make irrational decisions and she'd be like, look, Dave, we can't afford that. Or you didn't think about it consulting me before booking a trip to Vietnam or whatever. And so what started as kind of endearing and attractive and charismatic eventually became something that was very stressful and heavy for her to carry, mate. Yeah.
And I've got a friend that got diagnosed quite late in life with ADHD, and I know for them, it's really it reframes your entire world. So it's a huge thing to kind of then to re-examine your life through the lens of quite a late diagnosis like that. Yeah. What was your experience like? So 38, you've lived a lot of life already, and then you're suddenly looking at that life again through the lens of this diagnosis of bipolar. What was that experience like? What were some of the things that made sense suddenly? What were some of the things that actually, I don't know, you had to work through, like re-examining life with that lens on?
Yep. So a couple of things. The first, on the positive side, actually, because I'd never really even researched bipolar before this, and when my doctor suggested it might be on the table, I started obviously reading some symptoms and things. And for me, it was almost like my eyes were opened up. I'm like, wow, this guy's been reading my report card. Like, this is exactly how I feel. And these are some of the rhythms and the pitfalls. And so on one sense, it was a relief. But on the other sense, I had to deal with a fair bit in my spiritual walk because I'd been leading a church. And because we planted the church, I felt a fair weight of responsibility as like a spiritual shepherd there. And then trying to kind of like reconcile, okay, what does it look like to lead with mental illness? And am I disqualified, or, you know, what safeguards do I need to put in place? So it was like a reframing of my personal life with my family and also the ministry life, which for me is also vocational. So I don't have another job. I'm just a pastor. And yeah, it was just sort of trying to pull together, okay, where do I still fit into all this stuff I've been doing for the last, 3 decades?
And was that an easy process? Was it a difficult process? And how did I'd be really interested to know how your church responded to that.
Okay, so shout out to my church. They were the greatest. I had a suspicion that they'd be supportive, but I didn't realize the depth of how amazing they were. So the reason I actually just called the first podcast Pastor with Bipolar is because that's the first time I just put it out to everyone at once. So in the leading up to that, my friends and inner circle and stuff would know. But I did that because I'm like, do you know what? I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off and tell everyone in my world at once what's going on. And that was actually a positive stat. So when I did that, the church was like, they were largely supportive. Some people didn't know what to say. And they were trying to be kind, but it was the lines like, oh, Dave, even though you got bipolar, we still think you're a good preacher. Like, those yeah, I'm like, I see the heart. That's fine. Yeah. But on the whole, they were really good. And so we took some long service leave just to kind of piece together what that would look like. We went away for 2 months over to Southeast Asia. And then that was a really good time of sort of like just solidifying, okay, we're not disqualified. God still can use us. I'm still called to this. And then we came back, and after 2 months, the church had organized another month where everything was taken care of. So the preaching roster, everything we would usually do was sorted out. So we'd just turn up. And that kind of speaks to the heart of the church. They're very supportive. There's also questions, though. They want to know what it looks like, and and I know in their minds they're thinking back on decisions we might have made 5 years ago, and then start piecing together, okay, that probably wasn't a good decision, or,
And did much stuff come to the surface there? Because if you've got a congregation that are suddenly questioning decisions you made 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah, a few things did. Luckily, they weren't too catastrophic. But what we then did is put in place a really apt support network of people in mental health. We're really blessed in our church. It's only small, but we've got a lot of medical professionals in mental health who kind of just keep an eye on me. Like, they're like, okay, is Dave operating out of mania right now, or is he crossing the line of delusion? Is he actually hearing from God? Like discerning people. And look, to this point, they haven't had to come and step in and say, Dave, we think you're incorrect here, but it is good for me to know that they're very engaged. And I feel like that's a good biblical principle anyway, to be accountable to, the wider community as well. So it's been hard though, bro. I got like one of the hard things, I'll show you now, like I got a gaggle of medicine that I have to take just to get through now. I'm still on an SSRI because I started on that before I was officially diagnosed with bipolar. I was diagnosed with depression because, like I said before, I'd go to the doctor when I was down, but not when I was manic. I think that happens a fair bit, actually. So I've got that. That's my breakfast medication. And then I'm on a Volprate, which is, as you guys probably know, a mood stabilizer. Was an epilepsy medication that had surprisingly good side effects with people with bipolar. And then I'm also on Seroquel. Now, this is the one that made it a little bit hard to talk about because that's an antipsychotic. I don't know. Do you guys also call them antipsychotics there?
I think so.
Yeah. And so for me to actually say that phrase it's a bit of a juxtaposition, I feel like, as a pastor. Hey, guys, I'm on an antipsychotic In other words, I've got problems with psychosis and I'm trying to lead you guys spiritually. So there's risk there, you know, for them and for me. Yeah.
And when one of the questions that I have just listening to you is we've talked a lot today about the fact that we are mind, body, and spirit, and we are all three things, and actually we need to take care of the health of all three things. Take something like bipolar. The effect on the mind is obvious. You've kind of talked about that. The effect on the body to some extent is obvious because you're talking about the medication. What's the effect on your spirit? And how does it chart with the waves? So you said something like one of the people around you checks in, are you really hearing from God? Like, do you notice that actually there's different levels of clarity, or your voice gets mixed in with God's voice? Like, what's the chart? How does your spirit life chart with the bipolar up and down?
Perfect question. And it's still a work in progress. But when I get so before, as I mentioned, the 70% waves, if I get beyond that for a little while, it's okay. But after a little while, I'll start getting paranoid or feel like, okay, so it seems to me with bipolar, you someone's either a friend or an enemy. That's just sort of like, so I don't have neutral people. I either love them to death or think they're out to get me. And so what I have to watch is, say someone makes a comment, and it doesn't even have to be that controversial or even that critical. I'll go home and ruminate over that too much, you know. So it's more like, not as much, I don't think I get as many like kind of God delusions, but I get a misinterpretation of people's comments or how the church is going, because I'll be overstimulated, you know, hyper vigilant, trying to, you know, I'll be preaching and someone will leave and I'll be thinking, are they leaving because it's, you know, heresy, or because they don't like it, or simply they're going to the toilet, you know, like your mind's running too fast. So
I mean, it sounds, if I'm going to be honest, it sounds exhausting.
It is exhausting.
Yeah.
Dude, I am so tired. I am so tired, bro.
And when you talk about kind of if you're at 70% or if you're over 70%, do you know, have you learned where you are on that curve at any given time? So like right now, what day are we talking to? Where are you on the curve?
Yeah, I'm actually, at the moment, things are great. Fantastic. Because I was really looking forward to this as well. So I'm like, in advance, I'm like thinking, I hope that's a good day.
Yeah.
But okay, so what happens is once I get beyond into the irritable stage, I notice I start getting short, craving way more coffee, just being real precious. Like someone can say something and I'll be really thin-skinned and taking it to heart. And if I feel like everyone's ganging up against me, that's the indication. Now, I've got a little trick. My doctor said it's okay, but I up the Seroquel a little bit when it's too high. For about 3 nights in a row. And that it doesn't always work, but it can bring me back down. So it's why I also, like, to be honest, I mean, this is a candid chat. It's why, like, benzos and stuff, I'm really glad they're not easy to get here, is because they're really appealing, like Valium.
What are benzos?
Oh, like, you know, like your Valium family type drugs, Prozac, and like they become really appealing because they do bring me down, but they're just so addictive. And so, like, I've got to also watch out with the medications that I'm on, that I'm not dependent. Like some of them, like with the Volprate, I have to take that because it can have negative effects on your heart if you just go cold turkey. But with the Seroquel, I can freedomly adjust it within 25 milligrams. And that's fine. But yeah, but you're right, it's exhausting, bro. It's exhausting. And I know maybe a week from now I'll crash because I've been going hard for a long time. And then I'll be dark for a few days. And in the darkness, I sometimes even just stay in bed and listen to Psalms of Lament and lean into the darkness and then come out again. So,
and how do you manage that with the quite regimented rhythms of church life? So Sundays are Sundays. So how do you how do you manage that if you're in the midst of a dark period and you've got to get up and preach a sermon on joy? How do you manage that?
Yeah, we're blessed that we've got a pretty strong preaching team. So I'm scheduled every second week. It goes, my wife's name's Jess, so it goes Dave, Jess, Dave, lay preacher, Dave, Jess, Dave, lay preacher. And so, I mean, it can't work every time. Every now and then I either have to tap out and swap with someone, or just even declare at the start, because they're on the journey now. I can even say at the start, okay, guys, I am pretty manic at the moment. Please don't let your kids clank on the toys down the back, or because that stuff gets really irritating. And I'll just tell them, I'll say, today's a teddy. Play with the teddies today, man. Squeeze those. Don't, and they'll be kind of empathic about that. But look, bro, I as you said the word exhausted before, I resonated because part of, I want to get as much input into the faith and mental health space as I can now while I'm in my 40s and then into my 50s and 60s, because though I don't want to be like a self-fulfilling negative prophecy, I do know my days of efficiency are numbered because of this. Unless something dramatically changes, I can feel the mental deterioration. I can notice the increase in side effects. It's like I want to get it done as much as possible now, because I don't reckon I'm going to be that guy in his 80s who's still, I'll be in a different space, maybe a retreat space or something. But yeah.
And a big question.
Yeah.
Has anyone, or have you ever prayed for healing with your bipolar?
Yes.
The time.
Has
your church? Yeah, have the church joined you in that?
Yeah. Yeah.
And how do you reconcile the fact that you're still living with it?
Yeah, I just have to go back to that 2 Corinthians 12 verse, and I know everyone goes back to it, but Paul knew how to get healing. Like, if anyone knew how to raise the dead, pray for the sick, it was him. And with his thorn, he prayed 3 times for the Lord to take it away. And I think that 3 times is kind of indicative. In the Bible, how like when they repeat things 3 times, it's like in Revelation, they're like, holy, holy, holy is like, okay, we really mean business here.
Yeah.
We've repeated it 3 times. I think that's what this is sort of saying here. Paul's like, look, I've prayed it in. I've given this adequate prayer attention. It hasn't been removed, but his power is still being made perfect in my weakness, and his grace is sufficient for me, so I press on. And so what I do is that I continue my medication regime, and I'm praying continually for healing. And if I go to a seminar and someone says, who wants healing here? I'm up the front, man. I'll keep asking. And I still pray for other people to get healed. And it's got that, that funny tension where some people do. It's just funny how God works. Like, my wife had real severe depression in her teenage years, and she's someone who did get healed. And now, 15 years after that, I'm going through this, and it feels like my healing's not coming in the same way. So,
And how does your congregation respond to that? Because obviously you're up the front of the church a lot of the time, advocating for the fact that God is powerful. And what does it feel like to stand up knowing that you are walking with unanswered prayer, and it's evident and it's impacting the congregation to some extent? How do they respond? I mean, you've already given them a shout out. They sound like a phenomenal church.
Yeah. Part of it was, in a way, the attitude I'm carrying towards it was, in a way, I don't know why it happened or why these things happen, but what I know is what God used it for. And as part of my coming to grips with all of this, I had this time where I was completely empty and felt like I had nothing left. It was after a lot of rhythms. I was still a pastor at that time and lecturing at a Bible college. A lot of pastors here co-lecture at Bible college and stuff. And I was doing that, and I was just burnt out, coming off a mania that lasted for months. And I just was spent. And I remember just confessing to God, I got nothing left. I'm empty. I got nothing left. And I felt his peace. Like it wasn't an audible voice, but it was like his peace kind of saying, excellent. Now we've got somewhere to move. And I felt like in that confession saying, I got nothing left, is when the weight of being a pastor came off my shoulders, and when the responsibility of all this stuff that I was carrying came off my shoulders. And since then, I've really been able to still struggle with this mental health stuff, but live in a place of real freedom with God. Like I don't feel the burden of running the church anymore, really. I don't feel that weight anymore. It's almost like once I gave that over, I was able to just come good. And so they've seen me walk in greater spiritual freedom, although it's more mental heaviness, I guess.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's something that one of our very first guests this morning talked about, where he had a big breakdown, dealt with massive anxiety by the age of, I think he was 26 at the time, and he was saying that he wouldn't if he could, he wouldn't necessarily go back and do it all over again. But what he does recognize is that complete bottoming out at the age of 26 actually meant that he then no longer had to worry about his reputation. He no longer had stuff. There was a huge freedom that came with that, of just kind of laying it all on the line, because as we've chatted about with various guests today, as men, so many of us are fearful about taking that journey into vulnerability because of the exposure, because of the fact that we feel like we've got a reputation to maintain, an ego to maintain, a sense of responsibility to maintain, and yet when we have these moments where we just crash, actually there is a freedom that comes with that in a kind of first way.
I can't agree more, man. Like you said, you wouldn't want the process again. But just that revelation and that freedom, and I had a mentor halfway through say, dude, you're gonna be thankful for this one day. And I got to be honest, I was like, I think that's a platitude. You're just trying to make me feel good. And I actually am, like, in that freedom. And so it changed the whole trajectory of our church. Like after that, we stopped trying so hard, stopped trying to win souls, stopped trying to do this and that. And we preached a whole year on cultivating intimacy with God and spiritual practices and really leaning into that. And everyone just started coming alive. We took the heavy yokes off and just enjoyed God, enjoyed being men of God, and great things happened. And so it was counterintuitive, but it was the best thing as a church, it was best just to let the reins go and stop.
No, but it's one of the things that we've talked about today, is that actually that what often happens with moral failure is that people have just withdrawn and tried to protect their persona for so long that eventually it all bottoms out. And actually the importance of demonstrating and preaching vulnerability, and for that to be something that is led from the front, because it enables us to then have a church that has a redemption culture and has a culture that it's okay with people getting it wrong, because that's something that's so feared. The kind of the idea of getting it wrong or preaching on something that people disagree with, or kind of where you use the phrase, you as a church, you've been leading into intimacy with God, and getting some really good practices in place. What are some of those things that you as a church are doing that is breaking away from the norm and actually just leading into intimacy and really good practice?
Man, it is just the simple stuff of the gospel, solitude, silence, prayer, just implementing rhythms that draw us back to, draw us away from performance and just into the Father heart of God. Do you guys know John Mark Comer and the Practicing the Way guys at all?
Yeah, I haven't read the book yet, but I listened to a podcast that he did when he was
just some of the same sort of theological underpinnings of that, where it's like, okay, like we've thrown out a lot of good practices and left them to the Catholics or other movements to you know, like even just silent retreats, or, you know, just getting away for a bit of space for your soul to breathe, you know, non-legalistic Sabbath, just like, but actually practicing devices off. So simple. Like, I feel like it's, if you write it down, it's entry-level Christianity, but I feel like we skip it and try to do all this theology and stuff instead of just enjoying being Christians. And so I don't know if it's the same in the UK, but there's a real resurgence here in Australia of churches coming back to the simple things, coming back to doing communion slowly and actually talking about why it matters. Or like we had a spiritual retreat day. Now I'll put us in like the charismatic Baptist kind of weird morphing, and Baptists are notoriously terrible at practices when it comes to anything liturgical or, you know, that kind of thing. We had a spiritual retreat day where we did like that reading where you go back and forth, I have to get it right now, Lectio Divina and all that stuff. And our guys ate it up because, you know, for the last 50 years, we've harped on about good teaching, which is fantastic. I love good teaching, but maybe at the neglect of personal experience and intimacy. And now bringing that back, like we've got enough theology, like our heads are full of knowledge. But just to start living it out is kind of that's what we're finding is really landing here. And conversely, and I know it's not about numbers, man, but we've seen more people come to faith since stopping trying to lead people to faith. You know, just when people start living it out, then other people start wanting that.
Yeah. What do you think's attracting them at the moment?
I missed that. Sorry, buddy.
What do you think's attracting them at the moment? The amount of, you said you've got more people coming to faith than ever. What are they seeing? They go, yeah, I want a piece of that.
Two things. I think they're seeing authenticity and then disillusionment with what's not working. Man, the Gold Coast is pretty, as in it's picturesque and everything, but it's so plastic. So people can live here for 10 years and have zero friends. And so we focus heaps on community and authentic relationships and, you know, trying to actually hook people in, and not just for fun, not just for like a Wednesday life group, but like we go snorkeling and whale watching and mucking around and doing life and eating food. And like, I think people are craving deep community where you can have fun with people, but also talk about your marriage. And I don't know, that's what we're finding is the authenticity and an alternative to what's not working. An alternative to the plasticness of our culture. Do
you want to pick up that community point, because that's something you've kind of raised a few times?
Yeah, it's definitely, Dave, a theme that's been coming up over this whole talkathon, is that people have a deep sense of wanting to belong. We want to belong, we want to be known, and we want to know people and each other and God. But actually, while we crave it, we're terrified of it too. Because if we're authentic and you get to see who I am absolutely, and I get to see who you are absolutely, and we know God sees us absolutely, then our fear of rejection, it terrifies us, but also then makes us want to perform and do things and get all of that stuff right. But then when we actually get to the point where we can be in community, being, like you've just referred to communion, be in communion with God and one another, then actually we can start to share all of the struggles and problems that we have and get support and still operate as a community for the glory of God. And that's how it sounds to me as though, while you probably wouldn't want to go through it all again, what has come out of that is that you've all just been able to be yourselves and love and appreciate each other just for who you are, just for who's Dave. You know, we just love you, Dave. We appreciate you, Dave. God's like, I love you, Dave. Nobody mentioned anything about what you could do. As a community, you're saying we have a collective responsibility, and there's plans and things in place, but actually that burden doesn't all fall on me, because the battle's the Lord's. And it sounds as though within that you know, the Holy Spirit's moving, which is just awesome to hear.
And I'd love it if people, like, okay, we met 37 minutes ago, and I feel completely comfortable with you fellas because we've got Jesus in common. We've got, you know, a similar Paul to help people with mental health and open up authentic discussions. People don't have this. Do you know what I mean? Like, people are craving this, to be able to have that connection. So I agree exactly with what you said, man. Yeah.
When you were talking there, and you were saying, giving some examples of how you do community in Australia. I mean, it sounds incredible, like snorkeling, barbecues. Is it ingrained in the culture? Because it feels like it is from an outsider, but I don't know if I'm cliched about shrimps on the barbie, etc., etc. But then you also mentioned that with the Gold Coast, it's a really plastic place, and people can live there and never actually make community. Explain those two apparent contradictions.
Yeah. So I think within probably the community, one of the things I think sometimes in church world, we forget how good we've got it, in Christian, like our community, like, someone's sick, someone brings you a meal or whatever goes on. I just don't think that's the general experience of somebody who's living nominally in their culture. Sure, they might have their footy friends or whatever, but I think Christians, this is one thing in the early church that made all the Romans that envious, is that there was this culture of like laying down your life for each other and like being there for each other. And so I suppose that hopefully that's the gospel message, is that like if people come and meet Jesus, not only do they meet him, they meet his bride, and they come into this family, and it goes beyond surface level, But I mean, at the same time, man, like churches are really like not that common on the coast, and so we do stuff and people find it weird still. You invite someone to church and sing songs, and they're looking at each other like, this is so weird. But I think the community trumps all that, and the gospel, obviously. Yeah.
Great. And talk to us a little bit about the wider context of Australia and attitudes towards mental health. I mean, I'm assuming there's similarities to UK, but I don't want to make this something. What's your understanding of what attitudes towards mental health are like in Australia? Are they improving? Are they is there still a lot of stigma around it? When you call yourself part with bipolar in the general public, are they, what labels or assumptions get attached to you?
Good question. So on the whole, the people leading the charge, raising awareness around mental illness in Australia are the secular organizations. Like we have one called Beyond Blue, and all these, like, they're the ones that are really kind of like trying to remove the stigma. There's still stigma. Aussies are cynical, man. So like, if you get the wrong guy, you'll say something about, I don't know, I've got this mental illness, and he'll question your sexuality as the first response. Like, we're mean-spirited humans sometimes, especially the old school guys. Like my dad's generation, man, if they said anything on Facebook, they would get cancelled straight away. They're the worst. But so there's that sort of thing. But within the church, we are lagging embarrassingly. And like even my podcast, and look, to be honest, it's good, but I'm not the most qualified. I don't have experience in radio before, but it's actually getting traction straight away because just nobody's doing it. It was just a need that it's just like, okay, let's have some overt conversations on faith and mental illness. And people are like, I had someone the other day who's a Christian 13 years who's never heard a pastor talk vulnerably. And I'm like, what? That it doesn't make sense. Like you said on earlier, we've got to be vulnerable. And so the landscape is the secular culture is leading the way in normalizing mental illness and educating and providing all the resources that we as a church just grab and say, guys, you need to recognize this epidemic. So we got 27 million Aussies, and 3 million are diagnosed with anxiety to the point of intervention, like medical intervention. And they predict that on the current trends, 1 in 4 people in 20 years will be diagnosed with anxiety. So that's sort of the proportions.
And two questions. One, why do you think the graph is heading in that way in Australia? Are there wider societal issues that's kind of leading that anxiety epidemic? But then the other question was, around when you said that the church is massively lagging behind.
Yeah.
What's some of your understanding as to why they are so slow to catch up? I mean, you obviously mentioned the fact that somebody had never heard it being preached about. That's obviously one of them. But what are some of the other reasons? And even on that, why do you think it isn't preached about? Is it a generational thing? Is it?
I don't know, man. Maybe poor theology, maybe stigma. I think stigma still. Like, I think people feel like if they go and see somebody, a psychologist or whatever, as a Christian, maybe they don't lack faith or whatever, which I think is terrible. I think that's sort of part of it. I don't know what's going on in society. Australia's changed from being like a real larrikin kind of like I was talking about before, where people mock each other a lot, to becoming quite left-leaning. I don't know. I just feel like we're in a really weird shift at the moment. Yeah. And as you guys know, with your, like, you know, all the guys who started with smartphones in their hands as babies are now kind of becoming influential. That's all playing into it too. So, I mean, I'm not a real good cultural analyst. I think just probably from within the church context, I think we fell behind. It's like anything, man. When sexuality gets talked about, we'll do it 2 decades later, or anything else. I just think it's that same trend within the church. We're just slow to adapt and slow to equip people.
Yeah.
I speak at a few churches about this, and it's a simple illustration. But if you look at a church, you've got rooms with glass for the breastfeeding mums. You've got a section down the back for people with prams. You've got the hearing loop here for the old people who can't hear. But in there, if the stats from Beyond Blue are correct, you've also got 25% of people who are socially anxious, who are wigging out, and then we get up and say, hey, get up and talk to 5 people around you and introduce yourself. And so all the anxious people and introverts are like I feel like just so many things we do are geared towards just sort of like not thinking that sort of thing through.
And if there was a church pastor listening and we're like, I feel convicted, absolutely, I need to be better, what are some of the basic things that they could be doing better?
I don't know, man. That's the answer. I don't know. Like, for me, okay, so sometimes in our staff meetings at church, lay down on the ground when they've been going too long and I know my head's starting to escape and my capacity's run out. I lay on the ground. I don't think that's weird, and the staff are used to it. But I feel like if one person in church during the sermon just went off to the side and laid down, everyone would be like, did you see that weirdo who laid down? Whereas I feel like there just needs to be like, just if someone has to walk around down the back, that's fine. Or if someone with autism needs to squeeze something, let him squeeze something or sit under a towel or whatever. Like, I don't know. I just don't think we understand it enough or talk about it enough to realize it doesn't matter. Like, if a guy came in with a wheelchair, everyone pulls a pew aside and gives him a chair and brings him a water. But if a guy came in with Tourette syndrome, which did happen once, which was super interesting, everyone freaked out.
Yeah,
you know, I don't know. It's just education, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that didn't happen during one of your manic seasons, because
it was actually epic. I wasn't leading that church at the time, but it was awesome, and it was really good for the church because they're like, okay, we're not equipped. Yeah, we don't know what to do. You know.
Yeah, but that, I mean, there's a real tragedy there to have church that just doesn't know how to respond to culture. Because then it becomes so separate from it, which I know we're obviously meant to be in the world but not of it. But when that means that we actually create an environment that feels hostile and unwelcoming to the people we're actually trying to reach in the first place, there's a real tragedy there.
Yeah, and I don't want to rubbish the church. I believe in the church. I think we play a part in society still. This stuff. So now our church is on the journey a little bit. They're used to it. People yell stuff out during the sermon, and I just, we'll talk about that afterwards or whatever. Yeah. Like a dude the other day went off at me. He was having an episode. So I'm like, well, if the guy with the sore leg limps, are we going to get mad at him for limping? Well, this guy's got a mental limp, and he's just doing what he's doing. We can't get mad at him. Like, but then the rhetoric back is, what's the line? But as you guys know, what's the line? What do we have to challenge? What do we allow? What behavior needs to be corrected? It's all that. It's messy.
Yeah,
So
yeah. But I guess, you know, the key to all of that is just authenticity. Like, what's the line to be challenged? If someone's being their authentic self, and that includes limping, that's not to be challenged. Like, nothing should come at the expense of authenticity. If someone's having to hide their authenticity to make somebody else feel comfortable,
bro.
the Bible's got a lot to say about that.
Oh man, preach it. I agree with you. Yeah.
And talk to us about your podcast. So what are some of the topics you cover? Talk to us about some of the themes that you're rolling out. What's your next podcast episode?
Rob Waller's coming out next week.
Oh, really? Oh, amazing.
Yeah. And that wasn't even timed with this. That was already pre-scheduled. I try to invite either Christians with lived experience, professionals who speak into Christians with lived experience, or both. So I've had, as you guys probably know, with your podcast at the start, you start with all your mates because you're like, oh, I got no other fishing pond here. But they've been really powerful, and that's kind of set the trajectory, because it's kind of like normal conversations with Christians who are doing. So I did my first one, and then the next one was with a great friend who's a pastor that burnt out. So we just talked about spiritual burnout and recovery. We've had a guy who was addicted, anxiety. What I'm trying to do is cover kind of the most common either social disorders or anxieties or, mental health disorders in all different ways. So from the practitioner, from the person who's right in the guts of it, from the person who got through it, from the person who believes in medicine to the person who doesn't. I wanted someone to talk overtly about demons and all that stuff, but that's actually quite hard to get someone to come on and put their name to that conversation. I'm
not volunteering, Dave, so don't ask.
Which I get. I'm like, oh, no, I don't think I would. And then I was Googling one guy. There's some psychiatrist that does deliverance as well. And I'm like, I contacted him, but he didn't get back to me. But I think I just want to I just want the conversation. I'll ask anyone just to start bringing up the conversations. We've talked about spiritual abuse, even just as pastors, the performance anxiety and ridiculous pressures we put on ourselves. I've had some counselors. It's been good so far. It's only 20 episodes old, but I felt really blessed at the generosity of people. Like most people, like Rob Weller, when he said yes, I did a dance, man, because I've been on your website, Mind, Body and Soul, just gleaning those free, where the resources are unbelievable and free. And so I thought I'll have a crack and emailed him. He got back to me like a day later saying, yeah, let's line it up. And so I feel like that's cool. I was really thankful for that.
Oh, it's amazing. I just want to read out, we've had a couple of comments on the YouTube link, and just to maybe reassure you, this isn't just an Australia issue. Laura, thank you so much for sharing what you have. She just said, I've stopped going to church as I need to fiddle with things and get up and walk around sometimes. And my vicar said I was too distracted and needs to concentrate. And I've been praying for 10 years for the church in the UK to become trauma-informed and be educated on mental health issues.
Yeah, man.
And that's someone that's needing to do what they need to do to get through, to be able to concentrate. Like that's fidget, to be able to do whatever, to be able to focus. I think we all need to learn.
Laura, you're a legend. If you're still listening, I pray you find that church, because you need to pioneer that over there. It needs to happen here and there. Yeah, it really does.
Any thoughts from you, Paul?
No, I mean, I heard that at Life Church were launching a sensory room, weren't they? Recently.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah. Really put into that, which I just thought was amazing.
I didn't know about that. That's really cool to know.
Yeah. So that I think if you keep putting these messages out there, and thank you for your time as well. I appreciate it. This is awesome. It's valuable, and again, we keep talking about this, and we will remain to do so. Keep inviting people to the conversation, bring their experiences, because if we're asking the question, the people who need the help out there are definitely asking that question, and probably like, who, how, God. you know, and why shouldn't we be at the forefront of mental health? Not just the discussion, but the solution, when our creator is the one who can give us the manual.
Come on.
You know, that you wouldn't do it with a machine, would you?
No, man.
You know, you'd go to the manufacturer, and, you know, God knows that mental health is a problem because we're under strains and pressures of the world. You know, like I say, we're in it, but we're not of it. But the world wants to control the narrative. But actually, we've got it all in the Bible. It's all there.
Yeah. And that's why I want to respect and honor you guys. Like, this campaign, this stuff is so vital. You know, you never know. I like that you've got it on YouTube and everything and Facebook and that, because you just never know. The Laura's or whoever's listening, it's so vital, man. So vital.
So I mean, how would we listen to your podcast?
Oh, so sunburntsouls.com. So basically that's the website, Sunburnt Souls. And then it's also, if you just go into any podcast provider like Spotify or Apple or whatever, thank you, Jesus, there was no one else called Sunburnt Souls. And so if you search it,
tell us about the name, because I was intrigued when I heard that. With that.
I was thinking about it a lot. It's playing off the Australia thing as well. We get sunburn every 5 minutes. I'm sunburnt today because I went out in the boat yesterday. But also, I just feel like that's a good example of what it's like to carry mental ill health under the surface. It's just like this tenderness that's always sort of there. And, you know, we all respond to it differently. But when you're sunburnt, it's like you're still existing and you still got to get about your day. It's not you can't stay home from work. You got to still get about life, but you're doing it tenderly and protectively. Sort of that idea. Yeah.
That's amazing. I would love to know what we can be praying for you and for your church. In this next season. What would you love to see happen?
I really just want to see God. What I would love to see is this perpetuates into, whether this explodes or not, I don't mind. But as long as, like, if I'm speaking into this in our, you know, Queensland context, that's excellent. But I just would love if other people who have a similar story and are like experienced or whatever get on board. I just reckon we just got to start speaking about it more, being authentic, encouraging people, you know, who do have mental ill health, that God is not, you know, mad at them, or it's not because they got a lack of faith or any of that they've done something to disappoint God. All those stupid misconceptions, just get all that away. That's a big prayer, but just, you know, just to pray that God, oh man, that, like, I'm just as much in his grace now with bipolar as I was when I looked fit in my 20s. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's no difference, man. Nothing different to me or someone with a amputated toe, or like, we're all just like image bearers having a crack. And so, yeah, just to see that go out. What about you guys? What can I be praying for your campaign or further than that?
Thanks for asking. What do you reckon?
That we can keep stringing sentences together for the next
boys.
4 hours for a start. But no, we keep see God moving, and whoever needs to be listening and getting involved in the conversation, whoever needs to be reached gets reached.
That's awesome.
And obviously that we give thanks for provision, and just for this. Just for more of this, that this will long continue, that this will be the first of many other things like it, where we're connecting across the whole church. You know, it's great.
I think it's awesome, boys. I really think what you're doing is great. Hey,
thank you.
Yeah,
it's really encouraging to hear that.
Yeah, it'd be awesome if you moved to Australia, because there's not a you here. So
is that an invitation, Dave? Is that an invitation?
You heard it here. You heard it
here. Yeah, that's right. I'll take you out in the boat, the Macca's boat.
Is it actually called the Macca's boat? Was that a true story? Did you actually go out in the boat?
Like, it's not as like in and out as that, but it was as ludicrous. It was like over a day, not like, it was like I left in the morning, and Jess just thought I was going about my day. And it was 17 grand as well. Like. I only had 17 grand. Like, it was the most you could spend. So sometimes God redeems the bipolar decisions, and it's been a great blessing to our family and others. But
She's forgiven you.
yeah, she loves it. We're going out tomorrow. She loves it. There's whales here at the moment. So
So when I turn up to work on Monday with a new motorbike, you know, I got
yeah.
Blame Dave.
Cheers.
He's done a Dave. That's what it'll. That's what we'll say.
Call it a Dave.
Yeah. How do you pronounce your last name? Is it Quak?
Actually, just the same as a duck quacking.
Yeah,
It's
Dave Quak.
yeah, and that's thanks to the Dutchies as well. So you know, the weird thing is, it's not even a normal name in Holland. It's weird there too. It doesn't mean anything. So I just think because the Dutchies and the Germans have been fighting for years. I think back in the day, someone just gave them the name as like a punishment for something they did. I don't know. So
yeah, it sounds like an episode of what is it, Blackadder? You'll be forever known as Mr. Quak.
Mate, if you can come up with a variation I've never heard, I'll send you $1,000. So
nice. I'll take that.
Brilliant.
Dave, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, gentlemen.
We've got our next guest has just arrived.
There he is, Steve.
Steve, 6 o'clock in the morning UK time. So this is commitment. Yeah.
Well done, boys, and keep pushing through. And thank you for your time, guys.
Thank you so much, Dave.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Bryn.
Yeah, we are just going to temporarily just stop this recording, and I'm going to start again with you. There we go. Is this normal wake up time for you, Steve?
Not far off. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, we're so grateful for you squeezing us in at 6 o'clock at the start of your day. So people won't know, probably, I'm sure, the viewers. I didn't even realize until I saw the name come in. I thought that name looks familiar, and I had to Google it because I was like, it can't be the Steve that I'm thinking of. And then sure enough, your face pops up. So you've I just spent a bit of time at midnight when all our other guests had kind of gone to bed, telling Paul a bit about my story and sort of the years growing up in Pakistan. And you've sort of been witness to that journey, haven't you? You've supported our family since when? When did all that start? I can't remember.
I remember visiting your mum and dad. Well, it started in the early 80s, I think. And I remember visiting your mum and dad in Salt Lea just before you were going to travel to Pakistan as a family in probably early 90s. I remember your dad when he was the staff worker at BCM.
Yeah.
An urban farm. So, quite something.
Yeah, and you've seen our family through all sorts. And I was just telling Paul about the Pakistan days, about kind of going back and some of the massive challenges involved over that season. And you saw it all, heard it all firsthand.
Yeah, it was quite something. But it was pretty much a life-changing experience going to Pakistan. It was immensely valuable, and so grateful for that opportunity, really. So we were so blessed, and even today, I meet people in my work, and we just get talking about, I've been to Pakistan, and it's a fantastic joining point. It's really good.
Yeah. And how long were you there for?
Just a week. Can you believe it? It was just a week.
Just a week.
Yeah, but it was definitely a pinpoint in our life.
And when what year was that?
1999.
1999. Okay. I mean, I should remember that, but I was telling Paul that kind of I think because international lifestyle, change is so absolute that I've noticed myself that kind of there's very much a sense of a chapter closing, and then I kind of, once I've written it, I put it aside. And so my memory over certain periods, like Pakistan days, I obviously I can remember, but it's more like recalling a storyline of a book that I've read, as opposed to kind of like part of my own experience. So yeah, I apologize that I don't remember your visit. So tell us. We've got people waking up and joining us. Good morning, Liz. yeah, we've been really blessed with having a faithful audience. We've been going for 20 hours now, 4 to go.
Well, you must be exhausted.
I am. I had a cheeky half-an-hour nap while Paul was praying. I was like, Paul, you've got this. You pray for mental health. I'm just going to go put my head down for 2 seconds, just because I did notice that I was really struggling to string sentences together. And I thought, I've got a morning guest coming up. I need to give them my best. So half an hour's sleep and a shower, and we're back on it. Yeah. But yeah, I think the whole campaign that we're running at the moment is about men's mental health. And it's about just wanting, there's a couple of reasons we're doing it. The main one really is just to make sure that we're adding to the conversation around it. I'm sure you'll be aware of the statistics. So things like 4 in 10 men have never opened up about their mental health. Top reasons being they feel too ashamed, they don't want to be a burden. And then it's not to be too dramatic about it, but those stats are killing us. Highest cause of death for those under the age of 50, suicide. So yeah, we just want to really tackle the subject, and we've chatted to lots of people with a church background, so pastors, people leading churches, and just try to kind of bottom out what are some of the issues that churches are facing. And we just the guy just before you that caught the end of, Dave Quak, he's a pastor in Australia, and he was saying same over there, that just actually the church is really lagging behind in terms of their understanding of things like this. And he was diagnosed with bipolar, and that's been a real journey for him and his church to kind of go on that and figure that out together. So we would love just your take and thoughts, as someone that I'm guessing you've got several hats that you could put on to relate to this. So you've got you're a consultant in neurology and
neurorehabilitation.
Yeah. So question number 1 is, please tell me what that means. You're also an associate at Christian Medical Fellowship. So I would love to I'd love to hear a bit about that, and kind of and am I right in thinking that your role within that is very much focused around pastoral care?
Yeah.
And is that for other Christian medical professionals?
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, so you've got that hat on, and I'm sure there's loads you can speak into there. And then you're quite actively involved in church life, aren't you? Yeah. So start with whatever hat you want. Actually, no, before we go there, I would love to know, take those 3 hats. This has obviously been something that's really been a significant part of your life. Why? Where did that all start? What was your origin story as to why this is something that's of particular interest? Yeah.
Do you want me to start on that?
Yeah, start there. Start with the origin story.
Excellent. Okay. So I think the experience of mental ill health is so alien that it's incredibly difficult to comprehend. And I remember being about age 12 at secondary school, and 11 or 12, and my world changed. It was extremely disturbing. All I knew was I was standing outside the classroom waiting to go in and crying, and my sister came up. She says, "What's the matter?" I said, I don't know. And I remember being extremely disturbed, anxious, obsessive, not treading on the footpaths, rituals. And for the whole of that spring term, the world was changed. It was as if there was both a sense of a realization how big the world was and how small I was. I was growing up into it. And there was a crisis of anxiety, fear, and it was characterized by obsessions, trying to do things to prevent bad things happening. So a lot of anxiety and obsessive things. And it led to quite bizarre behaviors with, writing long essays and thinking I'd got to do loads of homework. And really for an 11, 12-year-old, it was very unusual behavior. And I was greatly helped by 1 or 2 people. There was a fantastic maths teacher who got alongside and helped. But that was later on, really. But for that first year, it was a devastating thing. And it still is with me. And I got he was never formally diagnosed, and if I look back now, I'd say that was probably just an adolescent bit of anxiety and depression, or a bit of obsessive compulsive experience. But what it did was it made me incredibly aware of what it feels like when your mental framework is dislocated, and things don't feel the same anymore, and the world is an alien place, and that response of fearful crying and being it was just overwhelming, and obviously very alien to my peers who didn't understand at all what was going on in the rough and tumble of adolescence. But I'm deeply grateful for that experience, because I still remember that it took probably 3 to 4 years for those feelings to resolve, and I had the experience of always looking back over my shoulder. It was coming back again. And the echoes, and in fact it probably didn't fully resolve until I became a Christian, until I had an experience of faith. That I think was a turning point, when eventually I stopped being governed by fear and OCD, and my life changed. So deeply grateful for that, because as the years have gone by, I've recognized the same thing in others, and if you haven't had that experience, you can't perhaps relate to what someone's going through when their mental health deteriorates or crumbles, because it is so alien. We're used to things being normal. So that's I think probably that was the index event, I think.
Yeah. Do you mind me asking how your parents responded to that, and kind of, because that must have been confusing for them as well, to not really understand what was going on?
Well, my mum gave me vitamin pills and a tonic and a bit of a pep talk, and they were perplexed. Yeah. And maybe that is an interesting part of it, because the family, you're not ill, as it were, from a mental health point of view in isolation. There's usually other things around you that have triggered the events. It is an illness. Let's be very clear that it's not just behavioural, and that's I think the thing that's shocking. That's the thing that I remember, that it wasn't just behaviour. It wasn't just I decided something or I had agency in this. It had taken over my life. And you're right, my parents were just perplexed and puzzled. And you might say, well, were they part of the problem? Probably were, but I'm not going to talk for them today.
Yeah, yes. Do you know if there was much family history of it? Was it kind of quite a new thing?
No, that's a really good point. And I think that's something I've seen over the years, that you don't experience mental illness in isolation. There is usually a story in the background. So interestingly, my grandmother had a lot of anxiety, and in fact my mum had anxiety in later life. She never had OCD, not a bit of it, but looking back, there was probably a kind of genetic predisposition to anxiety, and a little bit of obsessionality. My grandma definitely had OCD. I remember visiting her, and many times as a youngster, and she'd get me doing some cleaning for her. And I remember thinking it was extremely odd that I had to move the fridge to within 1 or 2 millimeters of a set position. And so I think she's balmy, But in fact, looking back, that was almost certainly an OCD thing, and probably an anxiety thing too. So I can see those traits, and I think that's the story we hear, don't it? We learn our behaviours from our peers, our families, but there's always a genetic kind of twist in it as well. That means that there's certain bits of the jigsaw that are laid out before you walk.
Yeah. And then tell us about that faith moment, because that sounds significant. What happened there?
Well, I was born. The other slightly complicating factor is that I was in a form of Christianity that I would think you would describe as cultic. There's a lot of branches of Christianity where people become a sort of fortress mentality, and we're the only ones that are right, and the whole world's So I was very much in that sort of camp, but also I was in a situation.
Was that because your parents were as well? So that's the family you grew up in.
And it was extremely legally framed, so everything we did was about really obedience to law. And which I think was probably why I was so inclined to being a bit obsessive about things. And I was extremely fearful, because really there was no certainty. I knew that I wasn't up to it, and I also knew as I was growing up, and the range of things you can get into just broadens, that I was getting into more and more, shall we say, adverse, bad stuff, and I just couldn't beat it. And So I began to feel very much afraid, really. And oddly enough, in the kind of faith group we were in, there was a belief that you didn't go to hell. You know, the belief was that you were just annihilated, you just went to sleep. But I had an experience in a dream that made me think again, well, what if God really is going to judge us? What if we are going to have to appear before God and give an account, and he is going to judge us? And the penny dropped that I was in big trouble, really, that if God really is who he says he is, and he has the right to judge all people, then that includes me. And I was particularly struck by the verse where Jesus says to people, he come to and say, well, we've done great things, God, we've been really good. And he says, depart from me, I never knew you. And I thought, and somebody challenged me and said, do you know Christ? And it was a silly question in one thing, because how do you know Christ? But actually it really hit the spot for me. And so I was on a quest then to find out, how do I know Christ? The long and the short of it is that I was then looking to see how could I experience a relationship with God. So I ended up going to a church where somebody just simply explained the gospel, that, you know, Jesus died for our sins, and therefore God will accept us because of what Jesus has done. He'll pay the price, and we can be not just accepted, but his children. And that was absolutely fantastically changing. So I was very fearful, as I said, but after I started to walk with God as my father, and so I didn't have to be afraid anymore and prove, and I was loved, I started to think a bit more widely. So I actually thought, well, maybe I should try and do medicine. I hadn't done science at school because I was afraid that I was a duffer and I would fail and I couldn't do it. And I went to the physics teacher, and God bless this man. After I'd finished GCSEs, I said, I want to do medicine, but I've only done one O level. Will you help me do physics? And physics was like so difficult. And he said, yeah. So just for 6 weeks, I went to the lab, and I had the audacity to go to the A-level tutor and say, I want to do A-level physics. And the guy said, you haven't done the O-level? I said, well, I've done this. And they said, okay. So I did it. And the point was, it was like fear was no longer part of it. If God loves you, you can try and you can do it, and he'll help you, and he'll be with you. So I just had to go. Anyway, the long and short of it is that I got physics O level without too much trouble at a good grade, and went on and got my A levels and went on to medical school. But and all along, the fear thing was transformed. And even today, I still, obviously, we all walk with our fears, but the relationship with God by faith through Christ means that the fear doesn't have to be the determinant, because someone has said that they love us unconditionally, and that's God. So that was my kind of walk into it.
I mean, what an amazing truth to grab hold of at such a young age, because I still can be covered by fear. That kind of that where you haven't completely grasped the sense that actually no matter what, God loves you, and you know it. To have really grasped that at a point, you know, to the point where it was impacting your decision making at such a young age is incredible. When you started medicine, did you know straight away that you'd particularly go into the field that you've ended up in?
Great question. No, and that's interesting too, because that relationship with God through Christ is. As Christians, I think we believe that we would always make that the first thing. So oddly enough, I had a light bulb moment one winter weekend when I was a junior doctor on call, and I saw the surgical registrar take somebody to theatre, and it was a big mistake. And I thought, oh my goodness, I could never do this. And I also had a light bulb moment when my surgical boss early one morning strode into theatre just as the patient who'd been bleeding all night died actually on the table, and the guy walked in and he saved the person's life. And I thought, I couldn't act that quick. I think I need to have a bit more data. So I knew I was going to go and do medicine rather than surgery, so be a physician. And then I just made my decision to stick around with the church actually we were in, and just follow whatever came up. And I got to a point, so I need a specialty, so I prayed, and then eventually a door opened for me to do neurology. And I'm very grateful to my mentors and people who encouraged me there. And then I thought at the end of the training, I'd have to leave, where we live and leave the church and get a proper job somewhere else, definitive job. And the guy said, well, would you consider applying for neuro rehab? And I said, well, okay, yeah. So I then was duly accredited. So I did neurology with neuro rehab and I stayed put. When I got there, I thought, it's brilliant. Why didn't anybody tell me about this? So
what is neuro rehab? Because it's not a phrase I think I've heard of before.
Okay, so essentially it's the branch of medicine that seeks to enable and support people who come through neurological illnesses or that are born with neurological illnesses or trauma that leads to neurological damage, so damage to the brain, spine, muscles. Yeah. You're trying to enable independence, but also improve quality of life. So a lot of people misconceive it and think, oh, it's about getting me back to normal. And that is absolutely the first thing that someone says when you meet them. But eventually there's a journey from this kind of restoration, I'm going to get back to normal, to transformation. This is the new normal. I'm going to deal with this and live my life to the full. So I'm the kind of medical bit of that journey, and there's many other people in the team, the occupational therapists, the physiotherapists, the psychologists. Everybody does their bit. The medical bit is really to make sure, have we got the diagnosis right? What is the prognosis? How's this going to go? What's the trajectory? What's my bit? And then what medical things like medicines or interventions, injections can I contribute? And also it's a lot of imagination as well. You've got to think, what about this person's life? How can it work? So it's enablement essentially for people who've got neurological disability.
So we had Rob Waller on, who obviously I don't know how to call you personally know him, because that's how you originally found about this. And he was explaining his journey a little bit with psychiatry, and how he particularly chose it because he could see that it was a field that was going to drastically change over his lifetime, and that really excited him. The field of neurology must have changed a huge amount since you started, and is going to continue to change. Is that the case? And kind of how has it changed? And kind of compare when you started to where it is now, and the practices and how that's evolved.
That's a really pertinent question, really, to our whole discussion today. So, neurology 40 years ago was a very, should we say, organic specialty. It was full of people who had described phenomena and diseases, and it's very much a visual, physical specialty, because you're looking at the way people are acting, moving, speaking, seeing. And it was very much on a physical, organic basis, and it was divorced from psychiatry, which is, of course, much more behavioural and cognitive, and, if you like, psychoactive. But over the last 40 years, this has been one of the big changes, that the integration of neurology and psychiatry is becoming absolutely undeniable. And for me, one of the biggest things has been not only all the amazing, and they are amazing, scientific advances. I mean, the understanding of the genetic and biochemical basis of diseases has revolutionized. It's just absolutely incredible. But one of the offshoots of that is many things that we thought were psychological are in fact part of a physical disease. And that's a really knotty question. Why is it that you get an enzyme wrong in your brain and it makes you into a criminal? And I'm personally very interested in that whole area of the organic disease affecting the behaviors and mental health side of things. And there's lots of diseases where the two things are just completely part of the same story.
It's been a theme that's come up a little bit, is the relationship between the physical manifestation of ill health. So we had an osteopath, was one of our guests, who did a live session on Paul, massaged his shoulder cuff while also talking about his journey. and he was just sort of talking about the relationship between mental health and that. So I've been looking forward to having you come on to speak into that just a little bit more, just to help us understand the relationship between the physical, the mental, the neurological. There we go. 20 hours in. Not giving me an easy word to say. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. Help us understand that a bit more, kind of for people that aren't familiar, and also as well as the science behind it. I'd love you to then drift into how that relates to stigma and lack of understanding, because I assume that kind of, there's people carrying physical ailments not understanding the neurology behind it, and vice versa.
Yeah. So I think the first thing to say is it's not binary, it's not either or, and it's not the case that every mental health issue is the result of an organic physical disease. There's some glaring examples, and just at one end of the spectrum. So Huntington's chorea is a disorder where we know there's a gene that produces an abnormal protein in the brain that produces very physical manifestations with an abnormal movement disorder, where you get a jumpy dancing type movement. That's what the word chorea means in Greek. And there's a progressive problem with cognition, and sadly it results in a foreshortening of life. And it's hereditary, and it appears as you move into your your third, fourth decades. There are sometimes people who get it a little earlier. But one of the things that's fascinating is that in the prodrome, the run-up to the manifestation of the disease, there's often sociopathic behaviours. And someone I know was deeply impacted by this, quite close to me, where their mother's best friend, became very unusual and started an affair with the husband with their husband. And this lady went from being a favoured, trusted prayer partner to being the respondent to an adulterous relationship with the husband. And everybody was absolutely bamboozled. And it was only subsequently that it appeared that the movement started and the family history came out, and this sociopathic behaviour. And that was in a church, so that caused mayhem. Nobody got it at the time, and of course the church said, "Well, this is an adulterous affair," and they had church discipline and all the rest of it. And sadly, this person who had Huntington's chorea carried on with the new partner, and then sadly committed suicide some years later. And that story is deeply impactful because it's quite close to home. And the question there was it the gene, or was it just bad behavior? Well, it's undeniable that the gene is in there, and we know this happens, and there are examples of people committing criminal acts. So it doesn't mean that everybody with Huntington's disease is going to behave that way, but it just is an example where behaviors change because of an organic thing. People with systemic lupus, it's well known that they get a neuropsychiatric disorder, and they can become very unwell mentally. And there's a new group of diseases, the autoimmune encephalitis, where the body's own defences turn against the brain. And one of the manifestations early on of that is, in fact, severe mental health problems, so psychosis. So there's a huge paradigm, if you like, now of brain diseases manifesting with neuropsychiatric presentations. And one of the key things that we have to do, I think, in medicine is when someone comes with mental health symptoms, ask some questions and think. So there's a lovely example we had in church many years ago of a poor lady who rang up. She was a dear soul, and she rang up once and, "I've lost my faith. I've lost my faith. Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do?" And she was always a bit nervous, but she was like, she'd just literally fallen off the cliff. So we went round, and he answered the door, and she was as white as a sheet. And I said to her, "I think you're a bit anemic, darling. I think you're probably running out of red juice." "Oh, no, I don't want to go to hospital. I've lost my faith." So we prayed with her, and we said, "Thank you, Lord." And the next morning she did go to the GP, and her hemoglobin was 4. So normally is anything above 11. And she needed several bags of blood. And within about 3 bags of blood, her faith was just restored, and she was back to a bit normal. And it was a great example of someone whose faith crisis had got a very organic basis. So that's some of the story, but there's more to follow.
it's really interesting, because we've had one of the themes that's been coming out is talking about the fact that we are mind, body, and spirit, and actually we talk about mental health, we talk about physical health, but the health of our spirit isn't often talked about. But this is adding a whole new dimension to that, when actually they can be potentially so completely interlinked. And I mean, it's well, I think we're in the middle of talking about the development of understanding. I guess with a lot of these mental health issues and a lot of knowledge around trauma and what's going on in the brain and neurology, the question is, how do we take that knowledge and how do we use it within church environments and within, as Christians, to create more accepting and safe environments, to be more understanding, and to help people feel safe, whatever their authentic self is, even if that means struggling with neurological issues. So a big question. But how do we take that knowledge and start applying it to church context, applying it to culture context?
Well, I think an event like this is an extremely important contribution to the debate, really. I think there has been a greater move to look at mental health within churches, but I do think that it's got a long way to go. I think there's many aspects to this. There's, of course, neurodiversity, and we've encountered over the years many pastoral issues that are actually just a reflection of neurodiversity. So somebody who gets on a line in church and won't let something go and seems to be causing a problem, and then if you look carefully, it's because they've got some neurodiverse characteristics and that they perhaps lack social cognition, or their social reciprocity is impaired, and everybody interprets it as either bad behavior or they're just difficult and they avoid them. Whereas we should embrace people as bearing the image of God, made in God's image, and whatever the, as it were, difficulties our particular version of God's image presents, we are told, I think, to love one another at all costs, and just as Christ loved us. So but recognizing that the person might be abrasive, not because they're in deep sin or they don't read their Bible or they're just a nasty piece of work, but realizing that that is the way they're wired is extremely helpful. Also, understanding pastorally that you have to deal with people as individuals as God made them. So, if someone does have a problem with high levels of anxiety and struggles to exercise faith, then supporting them in that, and actually seeing that there's probably huge value in their difference. So someone encountered once had terrible anxiety and asked for prayer every week to overcome this fear and this depression, and wanted to know if they'd ever feel normal again, and inconsolable really. But that same person had huge empathy for others, and all the way through COVID, faithfully contacted people, just lovingly. And so there's horses for. So seeing that we are made in God's image, and that they are each one of us, because of that, has something to contribute.
Through, you are actively involved in church, so I would love to know what are some of the things that we can be doing as churches to be more understanding. And what if there's a church pastor listening that goes, yep, Steve, I completely hear that, and I recognize that kind of I need to be more aware of what's actually behind some of the demonstrating behaviors. Any top tips, pointers, first steps, little things that can actually make a really big difference in communities?
So I think recognition is really important. So, that awkward situation might well have mental health triggers in the background, and that takes a lot of the stress out of it when you realize, as I said, you're not dealing just with someone who is making choices to do things. Dealing gently with people, and I think that's so important. We're told to show perfect gentleness, absolute humility, and having compassion and understanding that each individual is to be loved, as I said, as someone who reflects the image of God. That's important because it usually takes the fire and the combat role out of the situations. And then it directs prayer. And you know, we've got nothing actually in church apart from prayer. But let's not think there's some clever techniques we can do. Prayer and the word of God and the sacraments are all we've got in pastoral care. And if we can pray faithfully, we will see God work. And I think that's what, and the other thing, perhaps there is one more thing we've got, is recognizing when your limits have been reached. So for example, I knew a church where there was someone who'd got terrible problems with clutter, with hoarding, and that was actually a very deep-seated thing that goes back to a childhood bereavement. There's a psychotherapeutic hypothesis there. In other words, something's happened and that person's reacting in this way. We can't prove that. But what's clear is that is a very complicated and difficult situation. And in that particular situation, then seeking outside help was vitally important. And I would say that seeking outside help is really important, and also getting the data. So just quickly touching on another pastoral kind of interaction. So sometimes people have dissociative non-epileptic attacks. In other words, their mind goes somewhere and their body goes somewhere, and they have what looks like an epileptic seizure. And this is actually a very common phenomenon. It's the most common cause of admission to intensive care with epilepsy, because people don't differentiate between the two in the crisis. And it's actually quite common for these kind of attacks to occur in churches, because you're at an emotionally, as it were, safe place, and very often things come up through the preaching or through the music, and then this may trigger a dissociative non-epileptic attack. And there are all many complex things that can cause a non-epileptic attack disorder. But the first thing is it needs to be dealt with compassionately. And many people with NEAD, non-epileptic attack disorder, tell me the ambulanceman came and told me to stop faking it, you know, because you do have awareness that sometimes during a non-epileptic attack, a dissociative attack. But in some cases in churches, there can be a huge amount of disruption. And in my career, at least twice, either a priest or a church minister has come with the patient to the clinic and says, what shall we do? We can't run church anymore. This person has a seizure every time we have a service. Now, what they needed was a deep understanding of the nature of the problem, and then they needed to partner with the person's medical attendants. Now, that may not be possible without the person's consent. If they don't want you to get involved, they don't. But just to be aware that seeking information with the person's consent, working with them and with the professionals could be very helpful. And a lot of pastors, I think, don't even go there. They don't get involved. But or the pastoral team should be working to support the individual in that kind of situation. And likewise with other mental health problems, not backing off, but not being nosy either, not being pushy, but just being available to help. And that can be really, really helpful and it sets the tone in the church. And I think the other thing is honesty, you know, being straight and saying, look, we all get mental health issues. So just a few tips, I think.
That's absolutely fascinating. I wonder if you could say a bit more about that. You kind of that comment there that the I can't remember the exact term, but the non-epileptic
attack disorder. Yeah.
Sort of, yeah. The fact that actually could be brought on by the church environment, and that kind of combination of highly emotive but kind of sex at the same time. It makes me wonder, kind of, what are some of the other things that are impacted by that? Because I get that, like in a church environment, it's a sensory experience that you don't actually have pretty much anywhere else, in terms of the kind of collective singing, the kind of the highly visionary, emotive talks that are kind of asking for and intentionally designed to create an emotive response. So what are some of the other, I don't want to use the word conditions, what are some of the other ways in which people can react that actually that is actually caused by the church environment? It's something I've never thought about before, so I don't know if there's much to say on that.
I don't think there's a lot to say on that, because everyone's an individual.
Yeah.
So, and it isn't just church. I mean, you're right, church is highly emotive in many ways. I think we shouldn't ignore the fact that God is present in his word, God is present in his people. And when you are together, I think there is a spiritual dimension which the Bible speaks about. And I think that's probably why things come up. And again, just on a point that if someone does start to feel exhibit mental distress in church, then it's important that there's privacy and there's not exhibitionism and chaos. You just want compassion. You just want someone to be there and not make a spectacle of things. So that's just one tip, I think. Just coming back to the whole question of not just church, but shall we say situations that could trigger these kind of symptoms. It's as if the body speaks when the mind and the words don't work. So I can think of people who get panic attacks who cannot explain why this occurs, but it just comes out. But it's symptomatic of a lot of things going on inside. And I think this is relevant to men's health, and since this is our focus today, that when you don't necessarily, when you can't articulate it, the body will speak. So the way I see it is that if you are exposed to trauma, that is a situation where you lack any form of control and things happen to you that are adverse, then we all react to that in different ways, obviously. But that leaves a big scar, a big hole, really, where the damage has been done. And it may be impossible to articulate what they did to you. And as a result, things come out physically. So there are people who have been victims of torture who completely lose the power of speech. And they can write, they can read, they can function. They cannot speak. And this occurs as a result of a traumatic or deeply traumatic experience that's occurred. So some of our refugees are suffering this kind of dissociation. It's possible paralysis. There's people who have, for example, a miscarriage, and okay, that's not men's mental health, but a deep sense of loss, and they lose the power to walk. And you say, well, what's wrong with you? Pull yourself together. But actually, it's an expression of deep distress, and that's one part of it. There are many other reasons why. Very interestingly, those kind of physical manifestations are often, in our experience, they're triggered by some physical problem. So, a person who has perhaps been born with a weakness of a leg in cerebral palsy may find that their cerebral palsy gets worse. So those physical triggers, those physical traits are then amplified by the mental distress. It's a complicated area, but it's one of the reasons why, a man might suddenly start to get panic attacks. I think, what's this about? I'm a proper guy. And it's actually the body speaking. That's a warning. Then come on, take stock. What is going on here? Why is this happening? And of course, it's very much more respectful to present with a physical symptom. But is that what is actually going on in the mind? It's not. In my experience, people do not consciously. It's not conscious, and these physical symptoms emerge, and it's just mystifying.
And I mean, how do we begin to and you can answer this with your multiple hats on, or whichever one you choose. How do we begin to create environments that are safer, that allow men that space to talk before it gets to the point where the body has to speak, but also when the body starts to speak, have people around that can recognize that and understand that?
I think first thing is, don't fix it.
Yeah,
it's a big mistake. Is that you approach the whole thing with a fix it mentality. That's the last thing you need to do. In fact, most usually, in my experience, you can't fix it. and you shouldn't try, because it runs the risk of trivializing and minimizing the person's experience.
Yeah.
And you know, you come in with three key scriptures. I'm just going to pray for you now, and then it's all going to be fine, isn't it? That is so facile. It's not going to work. So the first thing is to listen well. Yeah. Absolutely, listen well, and ask the questions, just like you're probing with me today, which is great. Ask the questions, listen well, and keep listening in every department, body, mind, and spirit, and don't try and fix it. I think if you want to do anything at some point in a Christian context, ask the person, you know, if there's a particular scripture that God's speaking to, what is God saying to them? And let them explain their spiritual experience, where they're, because often in doing that, the penny will drop. Rather like, you know, when I started this story, I was full of fear and I couldn't do anything. I didn't know how to do so. And then God comes along and says, I'm with you, it's okay. And just realize, helping the person to get to that point where they say, yeah, God's with me. This could be different, but not trying to fix it. So definitely those are key things, listening well, and then just having some scriptures in the back of your mind, but let the person speak. That is definitely the way forward. And if they're the strong silent type who doesn't want to speak, well, accept that. Just say, okay, I hear what you're saying, and you know, my ears are open. But just letting the person prompt the ability to explore, and praying like mad, because ultimately it's God who's going to help that person see. That's what we believe as in our Christian faith, that God will speak to a person, and he's more interested in their well-being than we will ever be. So, you know, just pray that God will do what he is willed to do.
So anything you wanted to add, Paul? After 20 hours, I've started to recognise when Paul wants to say something. It makes a very particular.
No, it's just it's very, very interesting. I guess what I'm interested in, would like your opinion on, is where do we get involved within churches and organisations? Where is there a responsibility pastorally to be involved? And also, where do we have a responsibility to not get involved beyond the actual, hey, look, we're supporting you, maybe to signpost?
Yeah.
And what do we do?
Okay, that's a great question. Thank you. So the first thing, as we've talked about, is awareness and spotting when someone's not right. There's good evidence from the military, actually, in the platoons, that a simple mental health first aid training for basic squaddies is way more effective than increasing the numbers of psychologists or people, because the guys who are walking alongside each other spot when there's a problem, and they see the red flags, and you probably know all about that. So awareness and readiness to spot the red flags. Number two, I think risk assessment. So Zero Suicide Alliance has got some great training materials, and in the pastoral teams I'm working with, we try and suggest that people look at those materials, and they're very simple: see, say, sign. So you see something and you ask it. You say, are you thinking of doing something to yourself? Have you thought of suicide or whatever? And that is a lifesaver for sure. I mean, I've actually seen that happen, that it saved people's lives. So training, risk assessment, realizing that it's only a tiny little step, isn't it, between feeling a bit down and a bit end of the road and nothing's going to go right, and doing something that's irreversible. And I've actually seen people who've come the other side of that, people who've jumped off motorway bridges or lain on railway tracks, who've survived, and they've said to me, I'm so sorry, and wept, because that they realized that wasn't the way. And when you've seen that, it gives you a very high level of conviction that prevention really is important, and asking people, and there's a deep compassion that you feel when you see that. You think, I don't ever want to see that for someone. So risk assessment is vital. Thirdly, this whole thing, is there a physical issue? Are you anemic? Are you hypothyroid? Is there something organic going on? So, is there something that, get a checkup? So, we had an issue once, and the first thing I said to the guy was, I said, go get checked up. And yes, there was something that needed treating. In fact, the behaviours were all to do with, a recognisable problem. So see, get alongside and just come back there. Don't try and that's the danger of trying to fix it. You know, you having this spiritual thing, I can pray for you and everything, but that's just so facile. So listen well, risk assess, ask if there's a physical cause, look for it, you know, get a checkup. And then I think the third thing is get the right environment. So much of what we do in churches is very sort of family and whatever, and blokes don't quite relate to that. So, you know, look at the structures we've got in place in church. Have we got places where men feel safe, active, you know, can do their stuff? I mean, this is common ground for all of us, I guess, in our churches. So there's a few thoughts.
Well, that's really helpful.
Those are really great thoughts. Steve, we've got about 5-10 minutes left. I wouldn't want to leave without hearing about your role as pastoral care for Christian Medical Fellowship. That sounds fascinating. First, tell us a bit about what Christian Medical Fellowship is, and then what being a pastor and providing pastoral care to them, what that requires and what's entailed in that.
So Christian Medical Fellowship was founded 75 years ago this year, and lives to support Christian healthcare workers to live and speak for Jesus Christ. And that involves both policy and ethics, helping Christians navigate the challenges of the healthcare world. It involves outreach in terms of supporting medical work across the world, but critically it involves supporting healthcare workers in their everyday role. So there's been a big emphasis on this in CMF over the last few years, and I've been part of that story to develop pastoral care for doctors and nurses in particular. And when we started, we did a bit of a survey, and we realised that there was what we call a church clinical gap. And this isn't to annoy pastors who are watching, but the people who are actually healthcare workers said, well, about 56% of them said, my church doesn't get it. And, you know, either there's patients in the congregation or there's colleagues in the congregation, or you just don't get it. And just to give you an example, I remember walking into church one day and I just told somebody, that a 16-year-old boy and his mum, that the dad was not going to make it. And it was a horrible situation. And as you say, the emotive situation of church and the sense of being in a loving, safe place. And I just said to this friend, you know, it's been a bit of a difficult week, and I just started crying, and I was really quite, and the look on this person's face, who I knew very well, was fear actually and horror. She didn't know what to do, because why was this guy who normally is together like crying his eyes out? And I kind of mopped my tears and wended off. So there is this church clinical gap. People find it difficult, and that's not a criticism. How can you get it? And then there was obviously a huge amount of work stress, and that's the big thing for medics in the UK is the work stress and the workload. What are the things that came out? So we've recognise certain people who've volunteered as pastoral partners and try to train them and get them organised. And interestingly, looking back now, 5-6 years into this, there's two big streams. There's still lots of people coming with work stress and wanting to, well, not lots, I'll come on to that. The issues are work stress, but also flourishing. And that's an important part of pastoral care. And I think it's a message to get across. It's not problem focused, it's growth focused. And I would say that when we talk about men's mental health, when we talk about the whole thing, the emphasis is actually about growth, about flourishing, as much as trying to deal with problems. And that's partly one of the ways into men's mental health, I think, is how we frame it. And if we frame it as, you've got a problem, you need fixing, of course I don't want to do it. But if you frame it as, which I think is what God says, I've got a future for you, I've got a plan for you, I want you to grow, then that is a very different story. So what we fortunately find is that a lot of the people who we're engaging with are interested in flourishing as much as just dealing with problems. But the other thing is the puzzle of engagement. People don't come to anonymous and helplines, inboxes, or anything else. They come when they've got relationships. So vital really to pastoral care in our setting is the building of relationships, and I think that's the same in church. You can give sermons, you can recommend books, which are value laden, or you can have groups, but ultimately it comes down to the relationship and the person saying, I can trust this person, we can talk. So the big story then is, yes, there is a need for support, and there's a need certainly to help people cope with incredible workplace stresses, but there's also, interesting, the thing people want to come about is about flourishing.
That's great.
Steve, thank you so much for your time today. Paul, is there any sort of passing words you?
No, but again, this sense of community is coming up as a theme. It's really emerged across the whole talkathon, that people want to have a sense of belonging, to be heard, to be valued for who they are, not just what they do, and that actually when we create safe environments for that, people will talk. They will. But I think some of the way you framed that today is really, really helpful from a practical perspective, with all the knowledge background that you've got. And I'm wondering, there might be people who are wondering now, what practically can we put in place that will maybe let that message be known. I mean, we're here, we're trying to do that. Yeah, really value your work and your time. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Paul. Thank you.
Yeah, and the message of compassion, Steve, you just carry so innately, like you embody it, and I think it's that feels like the solution to all of this, in terms of it's not enough to just have the knowledge, it's not enough to just be caring, but that compassion that comes with understanding the knowledge, but also then knowing how to apply it, is great. So. Thank you so much for your time. Our next guest is in 5 minutes, and I'm desperate for the toilet.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
Steve, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye now.
Talk to you soon, hopefully. Take care.
Well, again, some great insight.
Yeah.
I'll let you go first, shall I?
I'll get that recording for when Tony pops in. Back in 2 seconds. Feel free to start.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, see you now.
There it is.
Hello.
Hold on.
Paul, how are you?
I'm doing all right.
Tony, give me 2 minutes. I'm desperate for the toilet.
No worries. Do your thing, Bryn.
We're doing toilet shift breaks. It's great to meet you.
You too, my man. How's things? How's it been going?
You know what? We're having a great time. We're in the final push now.
Yeah, that's it. The graveyard shift, should we say, in the military?
Yeah, we had Dave on. So we had from the Gold Coast in Australia. He came and took the shift at 5 a.m., which was good of him.
Lovely.
It's just great having everybody's insight and all the passion and the compassion that's coming out for men's mental health has just been absolutely amazing. It genuinely has. It's energized us, even though we're really tired, obviously. But
but Paul, obviously that passion comes from people like you and Bryn putting yourself out there because you've got a passion for it. So this is just a manifestation of the passion that you guys have got to help others that are in their darkness. So I applaud you for that, my man. So well done.
Thank you. I appreciate the encouragement. Let me just double check. Did Bryn press record yet? Well, I shouldn't get involved in tech things.
Oh yes, I mean, neither. I just had panic stations. I thought in true soldier fashion, I'll just do a quick comms check, and then I see the email Google Meets, and my head suddenly became on fire because I thought, oh no, what's Google Meets? But I managed to suss it out.
It's in your blood, isn't it? Improvise that.
That's it. Yeah.
Overcome.
Although I am a complete tech dinosaur, Paul, like I said to Bryn when he was sending me invites and Zoomers and all this, I said, listen, I can just about WhatsApp you, let alone the rest of it, but we got there. Thank God.
We make out. I'm the same. I'm old school. I brought notes.
Yeah, Paul,
Yeah, right on my arm.
we had one of the girls on the ministry staff yesterday. She sent me some Google Doc spreadsheet, and she said, right, we need a Zoom and we've got to do this. I said, we won't be Google Doc sheeting anything. We'll be, listen, these was my notes. So I will tell you, and then you can Google Doc spreadsheet whatever you feel necessary.
That sounds like a plan. Well, I'm going to do my quick shift before we
go on.
if that's okay, but I am really excited. See you in a minute.
Yeah, go on. Bryn, how are you, my man?
I'm all right actually, Tony. I had a half an hour kit, which
okay.
I got to the point about 2 o'clock in the morning where I was trying to talk to Paul about my story, and every time he asked me a question, within about 30 seconds, I completely forgot what he was asking. There was no attention. I was like, for the sake of my morning guests, I need half an hour to just put my head down, have a shower. Yeah. We're back on it. Yeah, we've
good. No, so I did think to myself, I thought, I wonder how the lads are planning it. Are they doing like 1 hour on, 1 hour off, or have they both pushed through? But no, I've been jumping on now and again, and I've seen you both, and I thought, oh wow, the lads are going strong.
No, we've both pushed through. Paul hasn't had any rest whatsoever. I did sneak off for an hour to have half an hour sleep in the shower. But apart from that, no, we've paddled through. But it's been incredible. I don't know what it is you've dipped in and out of.
Yeah.
But I've really, the hope at the beginning of this was that we'd get the issue of men's mental health up on the table and just explore it from every angle. So from what it means for a pastor, what it means scientifically, what it means for experience, what it means for the working professional. And I feel like we've done that, which is great.
Yeah, no,
I feel like we've really had it from every angle.
And you know what? Two things that I know for certain. Obviously, the Bible says, "When you refresh others, I will refresh and restore yourself." And you two will definitely reap the harvest of that. And the other thing, obviously, when I first spoke to you, and you're like me, Bryn. We dream big. We want to raise £1 million, and we want a million souls saved. And we should never ever lose that zeal and passion for the things that we do. But also, there's the other side of things that obviously we never despise small beginnings. So even though you might not that you're the sort of person that gets disheartened, but you might think, oh well, I didn't get where we wanted to be, or it didn't get to, this is the start of anything. So and it's like I always say, it sounds very Hollywood, but if we all do a little, we can achieve a lot. But when no one does nothing, we achieve nothing. So you have achieved today, whatever way you look at it. If 5 people listen to this, or 5 million, you've still achieved, Bryn, and never change that in yourself.
Thanks, Tony. I appreciate that. And I hope today was that regardless of who listened and how often and how long, that somebody would jump on and hear the exact bit that they needed to hear.
Exactly.
We've had that come through the chat, so that's it's been super encouraging.
And the beauty of what you've done is people can rewatch this. People can watch it next week, next month, in 10 years. I had a lad, he was ex-military actually. He came to church a couple of weeks back, and he said to me, he said, Tony, he said, all the motivational videos that you did 4 years ago, I watch now and they keep you going. So it's little things like that, little wins, shall we say.
Yeah, exactly. So Tony, I think we'd both be really excited to chat to you. And I kind of knew that you would bring the energy that I needed at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Amen.
Tony's going to bring it. Tony's going to get me back on track. You have already.
Good. Just a quick one before we start. Obviously, I'm conscious that I'm one of the last to go through, so I don't really want to sort of repeat anything that's been done. So if you've got any probing fit questions or anything in particular that you want to really draw out of myself, then let me know and we can go in that direction.
No, I think everything that you stand for, Tony, is what we want to hear about, because the theme that's obviously been coming out today is when it comes to men's mental health, that one of the biggest things we can do to in the first place is to remove that stigma and try and normalize the fact that we all struggle. And obviously you've started an entire charity that does this very specific thing. But also, as you know, as we talked about before, you have a testimony that nobody else has, and I'd love to start there. I'd love to start with your journey. I'd love to go as far back as you possibly can in terms
Absolutely.
of when things started, and let's get the full picture.
So the other thing I was want to say, Bryn, so you've got my time now. I don't know if someone else is booked in at 7:30 or there's...
No, we're booked in at 8, Tony, but
okay.
Then it's yours.
Let's go for gold then. We push through till 8. Or until, listen, if you've had enough of me, just cut me off and say the Wi-Fi is struggling or something.
Tech issues. No, we won't do that. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. So
start the beginning.
Right, so my testimony, my battles with mental health, it's quite a raw one, Bryn, but I'm happy to talk about it. And the reason why I'm happy to talk about it is because what I've found is there's always two people in an audience, whether it's today or a presentation audience. There's people that do not understand mental health. So they have no empathy. They don't understand it. And it never really puts them in a place to help someone that is suffering. And actually, it can be quite damning. They can actually have a worse effect on someone's mental health. And the other people in the audience, shall we say, are people that are struggling that no one would know is struggling. They are the confident one, the character, the happy one, but deep down inside, they're the ones really struggling with mental health. And when we call it mental health or a mental illness, it is exactly that. Now, obviously, when we break our arm or we break our leg, you know someone's broke their arm or leg because it's in a plaster and it's in a bandage, and it's evident to see the pain that they're suffering from a broken arm. And obviously, we can't see what pain is going on inside of someone's head. So, yeah, I'm more than happy to share if what I say brings back some old memories or triggers things that people are going to listen to this. I'm actually quite glad, and that might sound strange, but we have to go to these places to be healed, really. The more we bury that pain, that trauma, that mental illness, whatever way you want to label it, it will always remain there. So unless we really bring things to the surface, and speak about them and ultimately get help in that area, whatever way you choose to be healed from in that area, then they will always remain a wound, shall we say. And I always use that parable. Mental health, pain, trauma is a wound, and ultimately we go through life and we put a plaster on the wound, but it never really heals. We continuously rip the plaster off, which is painful, and put another plaster back on, which is just as painful. So we're going to rip a few plasters off this morning through my testimony, and hopefully someone that maybe hears this says, wow, I'm not the only person, and wow, this man has been healed from this. And something else I just wanted to start with, like, this isn't my story's bigger than someone else's and mine's bigger than someone else's. It's not that at all. So I just wanted people to sort of know that before we start. So right at the beginning, Bryn, let's go. As a child, I was sexually abused by someone in my family. I never knew why it was happening to me. I was so fearful at the age of 4 to tell someone that it was happening to me, and I just accepted it, lads. I just thought it was a part of life. And what does a 4-year-old know? I was just a young kid, so I just let it happen, and it continued on, and I suppose making peace with it is the wrong words, but it just became a part of my life. It just happened. I was scared of the person. I couldn't tell my mum and dad about it. And I just accepted it. But that really manifested me into a very confused young lad. So from 4 till sort of 10, this was happening. So I was very confused. I was very wounded. I was very hurt. On top of that, I had a dad that had his own pain and trauma to deal with. Now, I love my dad. I love my dad dearly. He's my best friend. But some of the things that he was a violent man. He was a drinking man. And although he loved us as children and he loved my mum, he was dealing with his own stuff, and that really manifested in violence. So I didn't come from a particularly good home, shall we say, lads. Sort of sexual abuse and violent abuse, and there wasn't much love in my home. That really made me the child that I was. And then I came into my teenage years and I was very unruly because all I knew was violence and trauma. At school, all I did was fight, get in trouble. I didn't really have a peer in my life. And I found peers and I found fellowship in gangs. I got into gangs. I started carrying out extreme acts of violence on other gangs. I started drug dealing, not just in a small scale. I was a part of a big operation in the UK, and ultimately that just went from bad to worse. Inside of me, I thought I'd found something and I was part of something, but ultimately my life was just spiraling out of control. I got to the age of 20, so now I was a young man, and the truth of the matter was I was either going to end up in jail for a very long time based on the things that I was doing, or I was going to end up dead because of the things I was doing to others. That was really the only two options for me at my life at the age of 20. And my nan, bless her, she said, why don't you join the military? Now, that is something I'd considered. I'd considered running away, emigrating to Australia, just to sort of get away from the life that I was leading. And my granddad, he served in the military. He did 36 years. He started as a private and he finished as a colonel. And I thought, okay, the military could work for me. And so I did. That was my escape. I joined the army to get out of the lifestyle and the things that I was doing. Now, the army was good for me because it gave me purpose. It gave me real peers in my life that could discipline me, teach me integrity, values and standards, morals. And I had a camaraderie. I'd found a fellowship within my fellow soldiers. So the army was good. And that lack of fear and that gravel and that fire in my belly that whether that I hadn't learnt through choice from a kid and a teenager made me a very good soldier. I mean, I served in a commando unit for 10 years. Then I went to Northern Ireland, operational for a year. And then I got to serve alongside some very special units in my military career. So that was a plaster for my childhood wounds, pain and trauma. And it helped for a period, shall we say, because it sort of gave me structure. But ultimately, that pain and trauma was still in me, lads. And now I was a man. And then on top of things that I'd seen, things that I'd done on operations and in the military, I was this whole well, shall we say, filled up with pain and trauma, and I had no outlet for that. I then started self-medicating, drink, drugs, and violence. Would you believe? Violence actually became a medicine for my pain, and that is actually that's actually a thing. People deal with their internal pain by causing more pain, as silly as that sounds. And I was one of those. So even though I was in the military, my drinking and my drug taking and my violence inside and outside the military was really spiraling out of control. My biggest problem was pride. Now, as a soldier, as a kid, as a teenager, pride wasn't just a thing; it had been forged into me. And just to summarize pride is one, refusing to accept something was wrong, and two, asking for help. That ultimately is pride and arrogance. And that was me. I was this big, hard, tough soldier that had been through hell and back as a kid and a teenager. So I was definitely not gonna bow down to something was wrong with me and I needed help. In the opposite, I blamed everyone and everything for me, but ultimately I was the problem. I then met the mother of my children. We got married after a week of knowing each other. We had my first beautiful little daughter, Farron. And I thought that my wife and my daughter would heal me from my pain and trauma. They again became a plaster. Now, ultimately, they could have never have healed my pain and trauma. So what happened? They became another burden in my life. Not a bad burden, but just something else for me to mess up ultimately. And I did. I messed up badly. I was a terrible father. I was a terrible husband. I was a terrible son to my mum, and I wasn't a particularly good friend. People was very fearful of me. I was like a loose cannon. People couldn't really be around me because I would flip, and yes, the drink still carried on, the drug taking still carried on, the violence still carried on, even with a wife and child. And it got to a point where they left. The mother of my children, she said, "Listen, Anthony," she'd call me. One of the only two people that calls me Anthony, her and my mum. She said, "Anthony, I'm done. Like we're leaving." So I said, "Well, go." So she left. My kids got put in witness protection. That's how much of a loose cannon I was at the time, and so they left. So even though I used to hold it together a little bit for the sake of my marriage and my little girl, now I had no reason to sort of hold on. So Monday to Friday, I was an elite soldier. Friday to Sunday, my world was completely upside down. It was like a hurricane: drink, drugs, violence. Now, the military had a good idea what I was doing, but they just turned a blind eye to what I was doing because they didn't know what to do. No one really knew what to do. There was many people in my life that tried speaking into my life to say, "Listen, you need help. Why don't you go and see someone?" But ultimately, I wasn't at that place because I was so deceived. I was so, there's nothing wrong with me. You're the problem. And I am not getting help. That was my stance. And my life just spiraled further and further and further out of control until March 2019. I had a full-blown breakdown within the military. I went into work one day. I was 5 minutes late, and someone said something about me being late, and it was like an explosion inside of me. It was that coiled spring just let loose. I attacked 15 of my fellow soldiers in a very, very bad way. And ultimately, I got put in military jail for 24 hours and interviewed. And the commanding officer sort of said to me, "Okay, Staff Sergeant Wilsher, what's going on?" And I sort of gave him snippets of what was really sort of going on in my current life. Wife's left me. I can't see my kids. I'm drinking a bit too much. And so they acknowledged that, and they said, "Okay, well, now's time to get help." So they actually put me in a home in the middle of nowhere where no one really knew where I was. I didn't know anyone. And they said, "Listen, just go and recover. Go and book yourself on therapy and medication and healing courses, whatever you need to recover," which sounds like a prayer answered, but the truth of it was that was the worst year of my life. I sat in one room with a mattress on the floor, a blacked out curtain, and I never left that room. I didn't unpack my boxes. It was just me and my thoughts. And I really went to hell and back in that room. And like I said, no one knew I was there. I had no contact with anyone. And it was in that room that I became a full-blown alcoholic and drug addict. I was drinking 24 beers or bottles of vodka, was taking up to 10 grams of coke a day. And the only person I really had contact with was my welfare officer. And every time he'd ring, he'd say, "How are you getting on?" I'd say, "Yeah, I'm brilliant. I'm out running. I've booked myself on this course and I'm doing this and I'm doing that," which was an absolute lie. I was laying there in this room, not washing, not brushing my teeth, not eating, not speaking to anyone. And just before I tried things throughout my life. I tried therapy, I tried medication, I tried hypnosis, I tried ayahuasca, I tried DMT, I tried therapy. I tried absolutely everything to really try and heal that pain and trauma that was ultimately causing my mental health issues. And nothing worked. Nothing had really touched the sides, but not because there isn't any power in those things, but it was because I wasn't really ready to receive healing. That's the truth of it. So fast forward a year in this room, not brushing my teeth, not washing, not eating, drink and drug taking absolutely through the roof. On January the 10th, 2020, I just decided to take my own life. I'd lost hope. I had no wife, no kids. I'd tried everything to heal me, and I knew that my year rest from the military was coming up. So there was going to be an interview within a few weeks to decide, okay, am I going to soldier on, or is it sort of game over for me in the military as well? And I knew it was game over for me. So I'd really lost hope in everything. So I just made a decision to take my own life. That I was in complete darkness with no way out. So yeah, I decided on January the 10th to take my own life. And I got on my knees, and just before I went to pull the trigger, I looked up, and I don't know why. Well, I do know why now. I cried out to God. I never knew God. I never been to church, not from a Christian family. In fact, I was quite resentful towards God because of the things that happened to me, and I blamed God. And now I know it wasn't God; He was actually with me the whole time. But that's a different podcast. And I looked up, and I just said, "God, if you really are real, please save me." I love my children. I love my wife. I love my mom. I'm a good man, but I'm so lost and I'm so broken, and I can't see a way out of this darkness. And just before I pulled the trigger, a light came into the room. I had a supernatural encounter, and it just came to me. I didn't know what was happening at the time, but something just touched me there and then in this room, and I wept, lads. I wept and I wept and I wept for hours, and I just felt the love of God in that room. I'd felt love for the first time in 38 years. Not the love of a mother or the love of a father, an earthly father, like the love of God. And it was like he just wrapped his arms around me, and I cried. Now, that was the second time I'd cried in my whole life. I cried when I was 7, when my granddad died, and I cried in that room for hours upon end. And even though I didn't know it was God at the time, I did know. And I came out of that dark room after not brushing my teeth and not washing and not eating, and a drink and drug addict. So you can only imagine what I looked like, lads. And I rang my mum, of all people, and she brought me to her home, and she fed me, and I had a wash, and she said, "What now?" And I said, "Mum, I've met God." And she said, "What?" She thought I'd lost it. She thought I'd lost the plot. And I said, "Mum, I've had an encounter with God." And she said, "Oh, Tony, this is ridiculous." Da, 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 da. And she said, "So what?" And I said, "I'm going to church." Now, for my mum, she must have thought, wow, like, you have really lost it now. Because bearing in mind, she'd seen this young boy, this teenager, this soldier, this gangster, this just broken man, now sat on a couch asking to go to church. So, and that's what I did. I went to church. I sat and I listened to the pastor preach, and it was in a little village church. There was 15 people in it. The hall was no bigger than my living room. And at the end of it, he made an altar call, and he said, "There's a man in here that needs Jesus." And I'll never forget it. It wasn't very Christ-like, but I stood on top of my chair and I went, "It's effing me," in the middle of church. And I ran to the front and I got on my knees and I wept and I said, "Please help me, please help me." And I heard that still small voice again that I'd heard in that dark room that I'd been in. And I gave my life to Christ, and that was it. I started pursuing the man Jesus that healed me, came to me in my absolute dying seconds, and that was it. I was on my journey of healing. I started reading my Bible. I got baptized. I got filled with the Holy Spirit. I got planted in a nation-shaking church where I was discipled, and then I really started my healing process with Jesus, and my life just supernaturally started to change. I started to get physically strong. I started to get mentally strong. I started to get spiritually strong. And then it was in my journey that I thought, wow, do you know what? I know for a fact that I'm not the only soldier that's in darkness at the minute. So that was really where the charity got birthed. And it was in a conversation with a good friend of mine. The words just came out. One of my soldier mates see the radical change in me, because I obviously then I had my interview, so I went back into the military and I carried on as normal, but full of the Holy Spirit and with Jesus this time. And people see that change in me. They see that light in me. And people then started to come to me and said, "Tone, listen, I'm really struggling." So I'd sit down and I'd listen, and I would pray with my fellow soldiers, and I would share my testimony. And I remember I looked at my best friend one day and I just said to him, I said, "Billy," I said, "listen, it's okay not to be okay, mate. If you're not okay, that's fine. We're going to get you some help." And it just that those words just caught me. And so we just started an awareness campaign, and the awareness campaign was just getting lads on camp to start talking, getting men in local communities to start talking, getting men in local sports team just start talking. And that was really our biggest tool. Now, there's lots of tools out there that help people with their mental health. But I honestly believe that our biggest tool that costs nothing is speaking about things.
Yeah.
And ultimately, that's what we're doing here today. So that's why I really commend you, lads, for what you're doing, because people are talking and people are listening and people are sharing. So that is a weapon in itself. So It's Okay became an awareness campaign, and we just got people talking. And how did we achieve that? We did that with walk and talks on a Saturday morning. We did that with boot camps nationally on a Friday, and we did that on mountain walks. We took people to Brecon Beacons. We flew people to South Africa to sort of sit around a campfire on a safari retreat. We did that in schools, colleges, businesses, sports stadiums. So we just got people talking. We got people to really realize that it's okay not to be okay. If you really are struggling with your mental health, that's fine. Accept that you're not okay, and let's get some help. And that's really where the charity manifested. That's really where the charity sort of was birthed, and where it went. And we haven't really changed our DNA. There's certain things that we've tweaked. Okay, this isn't working, that's really working, so we're going to do more of that and less of this. But the real DNA of the charity is getting people talking. It's getting people out of isolation. It's getting people out of their storm that they find themselves in, and just getting stuff off their chest. And ultimately, that's what we're doing today. So I've rabbited on a bit there. So that is the good, bad, and ugly testimony, and sort of how the charity started. So yeah, I'm open. If you've got anything to ask, but I always say, Ask an honest question, you're going to get an honest answer.
I mean, I always don't know what to say, Tony. That story is phenomenal. It is tragic. It's heartbreaking. But I'm glad it's got a happy ending.
Yeah, amen. Yeah,
yeah. It's painful to listen to. Paul, I kind of want to give the mic to you. I feel like you should have first dibs on how to respond to this.
I mean, that's your story, and it's awesome. You know, it's such an amazing testimony. But I'd say that also reflects a lot of men's story.
Yeah.
The details and some of the finer points are what they are, but you could have literally then you've shared pretty much my testimony as well.
Yeah.
And I know many other men, and I think straight away what springs to mind is your ability to so easily connect with people and to be able to use as fuel those experiences.
Yeah.
You've not denied them. You're saying these are facts. This is what happened. This is how difficult it was, and this is where it took me to. But this is where God is taking it now. Yeah, yeah. Which is for me always the mark of a great testimony. Is this is where we're at now, and this is what we're doing. But one of the questions that I have is how were you able from that point onwards? So you're now walking with God. You're getting the teaching and discipling. Yeah. To then be able to take that and invest it confidently into what you're doing now. Was that a process for you, or was it literally, I just need to do this? Because you've already straight away, it sounds like you took it like you have done pretty much everything that you've done. You've taken it to the extreme. Yeah. I mean that in a positive sense.
Yeah, I've got two answers. So the one thing, just before we go on to the latter part, empathy is one of my favorite words, Paul, and that's why my testimony is so relatable to other people, because people have got empathy towards that. Now, we need that in today's society because the world is so fake. Like, people can't discern what's fake and what's real. And obviously the power of anyone's testimony is the raw and realness of it. Now, empathy is a two-way thing. So therapy never really worked for me. Now, please, for people that are gaining strength from therapy, I'm not saying therapy doesn't work, but for me, the therapist that was always in front of me hadn't been through what I'd been through. So there was no empathy. So I could never really open up and share and get healing from therapy from someone that never really understood. And I haven't got to have a PhD or honours over my name to be a therapist. This is therapy. Someone sat in my living room sharing something with what I've gone through is therapy. And so I'll always champion that. So our mess always becomes a message, and our tests in life will always become a testimony for someone else. So I always, if anyone's listening to this now and you've gone through stuff and you found strength in whatever that is, always have empathy towards someone else that is struggling, because you might just be that guy. I mean, the people that work for the charity now on our referral forms, they are all people that have been through stuff. They've in all areas: drug addiction, sexual abuse, violent abuse, marriage breakdowns. We've got females on the team as well. And are they academically qualified? No. But are they life qualified? Yes, because they've been through this stuff. They can sit in front of someone and say, listen, I know how you feel. I know how you're feeling. I know what you're going through. So there's power in that. So I just wanted to share that. And then in answer to your second part of the thing, now the reason why I did what I did, because one, obviously it's a Christ-like character that I call early on. Ultimately, we became a sacrifice to others. So when I had found this strength, which was Jesus, when I'd found healing, when I'd been set free, it just would have been selfish of me, Paul, to sort of hold on to that and sort of skip through life. Yeah, I'm happy, I'm healed, I've got my kids back, and I'm good, from quite a selfish point of view. So instantly when I received, instantly I wanted to give that. And that's why just went. I just went radical. I just went nuts, and I just wanted to share. I just wanted to share what had really set me free, what had healed me, what had made me strong. Now, some people used to say, yeah, but that worked for you, but that didn't work for me. And I would always say, listen, it works for everyone. It's if you're ready to receive. And another quick testimony, I actually got invited on to, I'm not going to say name, but it was a very high radio station, shall we say. It was one of the top 5, and they got me on for a good friend of mine, Darren Day. And when they did before I came on, and they said, listen, you can share your testimony, but you can't speak about your faith and that saved you. And I said, well, why? And they said, well, you just can't do that. Da, 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 da. So I had to sign a disclaimer. And just before we went on, I said, is this live? And they said, yeah, it's completely live. So ultimately, I spoke about Jesus. Now, at the end of it, the whatever they call it, the broadcast director got me on afterwards, and they said, oh, Mr. Wilsher, you've breached what you signed for, la, la, la. And I said, no, I know I have, sort of, but we can't change that. And they said, well, why did you do that? And I said, well, I can't tell the world that medicine healed me and helped me, because it didn't. It made me worse. I can't tell the world that a psychiatrist and a therapist that was flown over from America helped me, because it didn't. I said, I can only share with the world which healed me and saved me from my mental health. I can only do that. Now, whether people want to receive that same strength and healing that I found is obviously up to the person. Now, when I started the charity, I was full of zeal, and I was full of love and thankfulness to Jesus for what he had done. So when I started the charity, it was Jesus. It was Jesus. It was Jesus. It was Jesus. Now, a very wise man, and he's a mentor in my life, and he's a pastor actually. He said, listen, you need to be open. You need to make the charity more than that, because otherwise you will sort of channel us. And I sort of understood what he meant. So with wisdom, we just created opportunities to get people talking, and then ultimately share testimonies. So yeah, I just went nuts, Paul, and I shared and I shared and I shared and I shared, and I thought, in my strength, I need to now make others stronger. Now, whether that's taking people on a mountain walk, on a boot camp on a Friday evening to keep people out of the pubs, or making a bad choice and ultimately ruining their weekend, then I could do that in my capacity, and then ultimately train and equip other people to do that in their capacity. And long may that continue. I remember 2 years into the charity, it nearly killed me, hypothetically speaking, because it became a big cross to carry. But it was so worth it, and it still is worth it. Some days I have to dust myself off and pull myself together, but that's only for a few minutes of my morning, and then I press on, I fight back, I endure. And I was having a chat with someone yesterday, and they said, "Oh, well, what makes you happy? What brings you joy now? What fulfills you?" And I had everything in my previous life: cars, watches, places in Marbella, and all the other things that we think fulfill us. And that never really fulfilled me. Now, what really fulfills me is helping people's mental health, helping people come out of their storms, their darkness, helping people into their relationship with Christ. Now, this just brings me on to with the charity. Now, some people have come to faith through the charity, but there's many that haven't, and that's absolutely okay as well. We did our last mountain walk. There was I think there was 15 people that came down, men, that was reduced to tears. And I said, what's the matter? And they said, we've never left London. We've always been associated with gangs and drink and drugs. And we've never been to a mountain, and it's something that we just take for granted. That obviously the charity, we provide that. And something that made me laugh, he said, I've seen a sheep for the first time. Like I thought we get lamb from Tesco's, and like I know it sounds ironic that we laugh, but that was his world, that was his mindset. Where'd you get lamb from? Tesco's was his answer. No, actually, no, they come from somewhere else. Even down to the rain. One of the lads on the trip, he said, I've never seen rain like this. Now, ultimately, that Welsh rain does come sideways, so I had empathy with him. But it's in moments like that that really fulfill you and give you the drive to push on and keep doing what we're doing. So I hope that answers your question, Paul.
It does, and again, it's inspiring. I hope that any men that are watching see that actually what you've given in your testimony is the simplest of cries out to God, and God answered right there.
Yeah, there and then. And it came from a place of I was broken. Not that you have to be broken, by the way. I was broken. I had opened my heart. I'd surrendered to that pride that was ultimately killing me. And I just asked for help, and like that, he just came. And I just want to reiterate that he didn't just do that for me because I was special. He will do that for anyone. So for anyone that is suffering with their mental health, that doesn't know Christ yet, ask him. The Bible is very clear. It says those that call on the name of the Lord shall be saved. And that's ultimately what I did in that dark room. And he will be there for you because he loves you and he cares for you. And ultimately, whether you know him yet or you don't know him, he is your heavenly Father, and he is there to protect you. And he is knocking at your door saying, let me in, I want to help you. But ultimately, you have to open that door and let him in. But he will be there, just like he was for me. I can guarantee you that.
Probably questions, and Bryn will have some as well. But yeah, what we've seen over this 24 hours already is that themes are emerging. We've got several communities, one authenticity, the elements of courage, but it's this asking, it's having, it's the most courageous thing we can do is reach out and ask for help, isn't it? And not see it as weakness, see it as opportunity. But I just really appreciate you sharing. It's great to meet you in person. But Bryn, you got anything, or anybody on the
I've got loads of questions.
Go on, shoot away, brother.
Surprise.
I'll start with this one. You said at the beginning, you said that you'd never known God, but you said actually I had, you were angry at him. Like that was your reality, is you're angry at the fact that he had allowed the stuff in your childhood to happen, and what happened in your childhood shouldn't happen to anyone. It's horrific. And so the idea that there is a God that could have done something about that anger feels like just a really understandable and natural emotion. But then you've obviously your story is one of just such gratitude for coming to faith. But then you did mention, but I think you said it's a podcast for a different time, but I'd love to touch on it in terms of you now recognize that God was there. I would love if you could just help us understand how you came to reconcile that, because I know for a lot of people, like one of the big things that we hear is, I'm starting to believe that God's good and that he can answer prayers and he can heal, but I'm just mad that he let it happen in the first place. That's a real emotion, and that's what we need to tackle head on. So how did you reconcile that?
So that is quite an easy question to answer for me now. I was angry at God. I was very angry at God throughout my whole life, because I think, listen, I don't care whether you're the biggest atheist in the world, somewhere deep down there is a knowing, and the reason why that there is a knowing in us all, because he has put that in all of our hearts, because he is our Father, and there's no getting away from that. You didn't come from a monkey, you didn't fall out of the sky, you didn't evolve, you are from God. You are his son or his daughter, and there's no getting away from that. So you can kick and you can argue and you can debate as much as you want. So throughout my whole life, I knew that there was something. I didn't know what, but I knew that I just knew of something, but I was angry at that something. And the other side, the other element so my anger then turned into shame, because some of the things that I'd done to people, I thought, wow, even if God is real, he would never forgive me of that, to the point where I wouldn't go to a family christening, because I thought, yes, if I walk in that church, I will get burnt alive. I'm going to end up in ashes. And weddings was another thing. I would refuse to do the church part of it from a place of shame. Now, that anger towards God and that shame, now I know in my walk, was from Satan. So as much as there is a God, there is a real enemy, which is Satan. And as much as there is a God that loves me, heals me and wants to help me, there is a Satan that wants to kill, steal and destroy. Now, in my early age, that is ultimately what was happening in my life. Satan was trying to kill, steal and destroy my life. And it wasn't God doing that. God was with me the whole time. And when I really look back on my life now, there is many times, and I've wrote them all down in a book, where God was actually saying, son, let me in. I want to help you. Let me into your life. I want to fight this battle. I want to take that burden. I want to step in and help. But I rejected God. I rejected God many times in my life. Now, as a 4-year-old, obviously that's quite a hard thing to understand. But I was under the care of my parents. Now, my parents didn't know that this was going on. And some people go, oh, yeah, but how did God allow that? He didn't allow it ultimately. And he did come to my rescue. And something that I do firmly believe that, and I mentioned it before, sometimes the things that we go through actually equip us to help people out of. Now, I'm in a position now where I can help people through sexual abuse, drug addiction, violence, PTSD, because of what I went through. And did God allow me to go through those things? I don't think he allowed me, but he definitely got me through those things. He got me through them. And so that sort of, I hope that answers your question, that he was with me or the whole time, because he got me through those things. When Satan was trying to kill, steal and destroy me, God pulled me through. God pulled me through. Now, in the time of my sexual abuse, God used my nan. My nan was the person that really sort of pulled me through, because ultimately God does that. God uses people. He doesn't come down from heaven and he doesn't send angels. He uses people. And ultimately, this is what God is doing today. God is using his sons. He's using people like Paul, Bryn and myself to give you hope, to give you light, to give you faith, to give you strength. And at that time, God used my nan to pull me through. God used peers in my life. God used the military to get me through, to ultimately to a place where I could accept him into my life. So I hope that helps someone. And if you are someone now and you're suffering with mental health, or you're suffering with pain and trauma, or you've been through something and you're angry and bitter against God, that isn't God. That is Satan keeping you from having a relationship with God. God wants you to God wants to come into your life, but ultimately you have to open up your heart and allow him in. And I would urge you, don't get to a place where you haven't brushed your teeth, eaten, and with a gun in your mouth to let God in. Let God in today. Let go of that bitterness. Let go of that anger. Let go of that shame. And just lift your hands up as I did and just say, God, come and do what only you can do. And he will in a blink of an eye. I promise you he will do that.
Sorry, just to mention, that is something that does come up on the freedom course often. So what you've just mentioned and that experience and what you've obviously processed with God,
Yeah.
It's something that comes up on the freedom course that
Yeah.
we do. For some people, particularly, that there is an element within the course that can open that up. Was where was God?
Yeah.
And it, you know, we need to be careful, as you have done, to not be dismissive of that, because people have been through some horrible, awful, traumatic stuff. And it's a valid question that we allow space and time for people to explore and ask the Lord. And we use various prompts and tools to see if that's causing a blockage or a barrier between the intimacy with God. So trust issues. And we use things like, we have one tool called Presenting Jesus, which is a ministry session designed to create space for exactly that. But again, isn't it amazing how the Holy Spirit's just doing that everywhere that he's been amongst his people? So
absolutely. And do you know what, Paul? So I was very fortunate to go on the freedom course that you did, and when that was in a question of frustration and anger, I said to God, God, where was you? And I was very angry and I was very frustrated when I asked that question on the part of the course. And do you know what he said to me? Just what I've said to you in this interview. He said, son, I was with you the whole time. And it broke me. It really broke me, because I knew, yes, you was with me, like, and you loved me, and you shepherded me through that time in my life. And that's unconditional love. That's that really is the love of a father that shepherded me through that.
I really appreciate you sharing that experience, because they are the most intimate things, aren't they, to share that.
So Paul, no man could ever answer that question. Only God can answer that question, because it's a question from your own heart. And I said to God, and it was from my own heart, God, where was you? And yes, it wasn't as polite as that. And he spoke to my heart, and he said, I was with you. So ultimately, I can tell people, no, God was with you, and the freedom course can say, no, God was with you. But ultimately, you on this call or go on the calls, you need to ask your own question. God, where was you? Because it's only him that's going to answer that.
Yeah,
mate. No, sorry, Bryn.
No. Thanks, Tony. Just to welcome Dr. Delroy Hall, who's just joined the call. Stay with us, Delroy. We just finished up with Tony. I've got one more question for Tony though, before we let him go. Obviously, one of the things that we're just wanting to chat about, and I know your charity stands for, which is the importance of being aware of who's around us and who's struggling, and being unafraid to ask the question, being unafraid to step out and to reach out to those, and to create safe environments for other people to feel safe to ask for help. But I wonder, with your story, when you look back on it, where were the missed opportunities? Where were the times where actually you just wish somebody had come alongside you and said, Tony, are you okay? And where are there times where you think, if someone had done that, that could have changed the narrative of my story?
So good question, and I've got the answer. So what I've found statistically, which I'm not a big fan of, but ultimately it's run true with the charity, in someone's pain and trauma, and this is a statistic, there will be 2 times in their life where they find the strength to open up or to share. I don't know why that is, but it just is. They find the strength, the courage, they push their pride and arrogance to one side to just say, okay, I've got a problem and I need help. Now, I did that twice in my walk, and I know them vividly. And the first time, no one listened. They just were so busy and wrapped up, and which is fine, because that's the world. And I just wanted to talk and get this off, and they didn't listen.
Where was that in your journey? And because obviously,
that was during my time in the military. I just plucked up the strength and courage, and I sort of said to one of my operators, one of my teammates, which probably isn't the best person to ask to listen, because we're not particularly good listeners, is like, bro, listen, like I could do with could do with talking to you about a few things. And it was a case of, nah, come on, get ready, we're going gym, like that. I'll talk to you later about it. And then I was like, well, and I could really do with like just 10 minutes. No, come on, da. And so that opportunity was missed. So that was the first time. And the second time, and yeah, do you know what? I'm going to be straight. I contacted a charity. I'm not going to say the charity. And I asked for help. I said, listen, I am struggling with mental health and I help. And their reply to me was, we can get you a therapist and it's going to cost you £50 per hour. So they just redirected me. They just sort of palmed me off. And again, I don't blame that charity because they deal with thousands of people, and ultimately that is just how they deal with things as a charity. They signpost, they push people off. But again, that was, I didn't want to be palmed off. I didn't want to be signposted. I needed to share then. I needed to share now. I had found the strength and courage to speak about stuff that had happened in my childhood and stuff I was struggling with, and that was a missed opportunity. So I urge anyone, like, if whether you're in your workplace, whether you're in your family, be very mindful of these opportunities where someone's like, listen, can I talk to you for a minute? And when that opportunity comes, sit and listen. They don't want an answer, they don't want a medicine, they don't want your penny's worth. They just want to talk, and just sit and be a good listener, and then make a plan moving forward, because ultimately that person has to really crystallize that stuff in their well and get it out, and then start. So that I don't know if that helps, Bryn.
That's a stunning answer, and I don't think I've ever heard that statistic before. And it just the fact that for individuals that have been through that level of trauma, the stars will align twice in their life for them to open up. It just if there's ever an impetus for us to crack this issue on the head and figure out how to support people better, it's that we cannot afford to miss one of those two opportunities. We'll lose lives if we do.
And you know what, Bryn and Paul, like, and this isn't a chance to champion what you do. This is real talk. The freedom course that you do is exactly that. That is someone sort of saying, okay, I'm struggling. I've acknowledged that something's wrong in my life, and the freedom course ultimately is an opportunity for people to talk, to crystallize, to share with others, and ultimately with Jesus. So if you are listening and you're on this call, the freedom course is an opportunity for you to share for some amazing listeners, because in society, in the world, we're terrible listeners because we're busy and we're focused and we're inward focused, which is a posh word for selfish, because we are those people. Even born again, saved, spirit filled people are still inward focused at times. We're far from perfect, but we are on a process of becoming. So use the keys, use the things that God is putting into your life. God isn't sending an angel down to listen, but what God is doing is creating charities, creating the freedom courses, so that you can come and talk and listen and ultimately crystallize that pain and trauma that you are suffering with.
Amazing.
Thank you.
I can't thank you enough, Tony, for taking the time out this morning to come and share all of that. It's
absolutely my pleasure.
I'm so glad. I know that loads of people have been impacted by that testimony, and I hadn't heard it before, so I was wanting to hear it because I thought, what is this story that's so impactful? And it's like, there it is. There's the story. So thank you so much for your time. Anything else you want to say before you chew on?
I just wanted to close in two things. So one, I said it at the start and I say it again. I just wanted to really thank and honor both of you for your time, your energy, your efforts in doing this. I really honor you both for doing that. And I'm so looking forward. I believe in destiny relationships and being in your lives more after today, and really seeing where this goes and the impact that the freedom course through mercy does. I think it's amazing. And also, if you are in a position where you can really sow into this day, sow into this course that they run, then I urge you really dig deep and sow into this and donate, because the stuff that they do is amazing, and I am a testimony of that. I've been on it, I've been healed from it, I've used it, and I'm just one of thousands that have, and the hundreds of thousands that will. But ultimately, we can't do anything without the support of others. And again, God doesn't put money in our bank accounts, but he sends people and he opens the hearts of people to sow into the things of the kingdom. So I urge you, sow into this. The Just Giving page is on this. So we put it on our charity page. So really sow into what Paul, Bryn have put themselves out to do today, and ultimately for what Mercy UK are doing today. Amen.
Amen, Tony. We're going to record that and just play that over and over again.
Amen.
You've done the ask for the next year.
Yeah. Just bring one more thing I just wanted to do, because I feel it on my heart to do, and the Bible's very clear. It says the prayers of the righteous never come back untold, and where two or more are gathered, consider it done. So I just wanted to come in unity now and just pray for those that are suffering with mental health. Pray for those that are really in pain and trauma right now. I want to pray for those that are listening today. I wanted to pray for those that will listen to this. And I wanted to urge you that God loves you. He's got a great plan for you. His son is the waymaker, miracle worker. He is the healer, and he's knocking at your door, and he just wants to come into your life and come into your heart. So we thank you, Father God, for today. We thank you that you love us. We thank you that you know us by name. We thank you, Jesus, for salvation. We thank you, Jesus, for healing. We thank you for empowering us, Holy Spirit. We thank you for what you're doing in the hearts of people. We thank you for what you're doing in and through Mercy UK. We thank you, Father God, for what you are doing with this freedom course. And Father, we just give you all the glory and we give you all the honor today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Tony,
Go.
thank you so much.
Go for gold, lads. Dr. Delroy, enjoy. Take care. God bless.
Morning, Tony. Nice meeting you briefly.
You too. See you soon.
Cheers.
Take care, Tony.
Take care. Bye.
Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Delroy, hello. It's so good to have you. Thanks for coming. And 10 minutes early, no less.
Listen, I really like time. I don't do late.
That's amazing.
I don't do late.
Yeah, and you caught the end of Tony, which I feel
it was really good.
Yeah. For all those that are joining us online, good morning. Where have you been? We've been at this for 22 hours now. We've got 2 hours left. And if you've just joined us, you've missed Tony, and he was phenomenal. But this was all recorded, so we'll make sure we get it up, because his story and his testimony really does need listening to, because it's powerful, and you can't deny somebody's testimony. So we'll get that out, because it'll touch loads of people, I think. Dr. Delroy, thank you so much for joining us. You're our final guest. You are finishing.
Really?
Yeah. Well, after this, me and Paul are going to wrap up, and then we're going to go home to bed.
Yes, good idea.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to chatting, Dr. Delroy. Your LinkedIn profile sounds fascinating. When I asked you what sorts of things you could speak on, it sounded fascinating. I had a look at your website, and you're just a man with loads of wisdom and knowledge. And I'm really looking forward to kind of how you can speak into some of the nuances and challenges for minority communities, because that's something we haven't really had a chance to touch on today, and it's so crucial. So I'd really love to hear and get your thoughts on that. But before we go into some of that stuff, I would love to find out a bit more about you. Where did this all start? Where did this journey into counselling start? What's your story? What's your family story?
Okay.
Where are the origins?
Right. Okay. Yeah. British born. My parents were part of the Windrush generation.
Yeah.
So I was born in Nottingham, but lived in a place called Newark. farming town outside, about 20 miles outside of Nottingham. And the reason why I was born in Nottingham, back in the day, so I'm 65 next month, Newark didn't have a maternity hospital. So those were the days where mothers were shipped off to the hospital a week before the child was born, gave birth and stayed in hospital 3 or 4 days afterwards. Now you kind of go in at 9 o'clock, give birth at 10, out by 10:30. So, British born, ordinary guy really. Funny enough, I wrote about it this week in the newsletter on my LinkedIn website, because I'm doing a series on moral injury. Yeah. So my story in terms of caring and people with pain, I can't tell you the transition other than when I was 15, on Friday afternoons we had electives at school. And so it was sports for football for men, for the guys, rounders for women, crafts and all the rest of it. And one of the things was first aid. And I chose first aid. And I thought my friends would rib me, Caribbean guy back in the 70s doing first aid. That just worked, that's not a manly thing to do. But they didn't. So I did that, really enjoyed it, became a part of British Red Cross for about 2 or 3 years. That time I was doing athletics. So I was becoming really good at athletics. So I left the first aid, did athletics. I was a 400-meter hurdler. I was number 2 in Great Britain when I was 20. And then fast forward, Tony's testimony. I want to say just quickly about, people might be watching and saying, oh, religion's got nothing to do with this, it's caused lots of problems. It has, but we shouldn't underestimate what faith, religion, spirituality, the impact it does on our well-being. It can be really, really beneficial. So I'll just say that.
Thanks.
And I was a youth leader in a local church. And we had a national youth camp. Every year we became, if you're a youth leader in the local church, when you came to camp, you're a youth camp counsellor. I did it in year 1. I was about 24, 25. Really enjoyed it, but realised how serious it was. Did it the following year, and I just thought, I really need to kind of get some skills on this.
Was that your experience doing counselling? Was that your first experience doing some counselling?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, because back in the day, look, we're talking 30 years now. 40 years. 40 years. There was training, but youth leader, therefore you must be experienced as a counsellor. Well, that's not really true at all. Yeah. But I did it for 2 years, really enjoyed it, and I thought this is really serious because you've got young men's lives really talking to you. So in the end, I started training when I was 28. And it was really just to learn some skills for camp once 1 week in the year. And as I say, the rest is history. I fell in love with it. It was me. And then I had a choice either to continue my counselling work or train as a psychotherapist. So I left British Telecom in 1993 and I trained as a psychotherapist and a teacher. And that's it. It's just.
And what did you love about it? When you say you just fell in love with it straight away, it was just you. What was it about counselling?
That's a really good question. It's a privilege that people let you into their interior world.
Yeah.
And also as well, even before I started counselling, I'd be at random places and people would just talk to me. They'd just open up, and I remember my wife saying, "What is it about you? Random people will just come up to you and just start pouring the heart out to you." So I think there's something that may be innate, which a counselling course can develop. I don't think a counselling course can give you. And I think ultimately it's just loving people. Mm-hmm. And when people are in pain, it's, can I help? So that's it really. As you know, some situations can't be made better. That just is. But can we stop it from getting worse?
Yeah.
Mm. So that's my introduction to counselling. And then since I worked at Sheffield Hallam University for 20 years as a student counsellor, then I left during lockdown to start working for myself. And what I didn't realise at the time when I started training at 28, I didn't realise how transferable the skills were in counselling. It just covers a whole range of things. And mental, we call it mental health or mental illness, but I use the term mental fitness because there's still a stigma around mental health. So I talk about mental fitness. Anyway, yeah.
No, that's great. We've had someone else on that really champions that term.
Okay, right.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah, which is great. and it's definitely food for thought in terms of what the challenges are about using the term mental health. And yeah, it lends itself to so many great analogies, doesn't it? Mental fitness, which is great. And your work seems to have developed into really focusing on moral injury. For a start, I want to understand what that is. And is it something that you have developed into? Is it something that has always been a part of your focus and your interest? Because you were saying that you were reflecting on your early experiences recently when thinking about moral injury. So it's obviously something that you've developed into, but then recognize it's this through line throughout your life. So yeah, if you can start off by defining moral injury and then talking to us a bit about how that's shaped your work recently. Right.
So moral injury basically is when your values or morals have been basically blown apart by either what you've seen or witnessed. So very, very quickly, Jonathan Shea was a psychiatrist and working with returnees from the Vietnam War. I remember the Vietnam War. It went on for 20 years. I didn't realize it went on for so long. And he said what he noticed when people came back, there was the horrors of war, the PTSD, the loss of friends. And he said that was bad enough. But he said what soldiers really struggled with was lack of food, lack of water, poor equipment, poor medical care. When they should have been airlifted out, they weren't. And then there was this overriding thing. Here we are killing people. So what's the American government doing? So moral injury. So he noticed that, and he said it was that led people to take their own lives. It wasn't the PTSD or losing their friends. It was those elements that were kind of really important. Oh, and the other one was, of course, soldiers didn't sign up to killing women and children. It wasn't a part of the deal. So moral injury is then you see something, you either see something that is really abhorrent, which goes against your values, you do nothing, it does something to you, or the example during the pandemic was where many medical staff, paramedics and medical staff experienced moral injury. They'd signed up to look after people, but then they had to turn people away who needed the care. So there's real conflict that went on. I've signed up to look after people, and now I'm turning people away. So in one of the articles that I wrote about an inner tsunami, and I didn't even know if it existed. So what I do, sometimes I get creative phrases. So I stick it into Google, and sure enough, inner tsunami is something that exists in the world of oceanography. So we know that tsunamis, we know the kind of massive waves that happen, but there's inner tsunamis that happens under the water, where there's massive movements of water. And it does cause damage as well, but it's not seen. And I remember I was reflecting on that's the thing with emotions. Conflicting emotions are not seen, but if we don't deal with them or express them, it causes loads of damage. So I kind of fell into it because I started a broadcast during the lockdown. I read something and it got me angry. So what had happened? The church organization I was a part of, there was a big event in Birmingham 2 weeks before lockdown, and I shan't say who, but anyway, there was a common thought to let's cancel this event because people are getting sick. Anyway, they put the event on, and shortly after lockdown, 2 of our most senior bishops died within 24 hours of each other. Wow. Somebody went to Sky News, we don't know who, and expressed concern about what had happened and the future of the organization and so forth. And then they spoke to the PR person of the organization, and the PR person said that the bereaved family had been well supported. And I remember reading that and thinking, no, they're not. No, they're not at all. So I spoke to a couple of friends. I was really irritated by it because I know it wasn't true. Or maybe it was there, but I said I'd witnessed it wasn't. So I said, I'm going to put something on Facebook. So remember the lockdown? I'd not had my hair cut for 3 months. I looked like something out of the Flintstones. Big grey afro, massive grey beard. I look hideous actually. Anyway, I did this thing on my phone. Then I had to ask my daughter. I said, "How do you put this on Facebook?" I had no idea. Put it on Facebook, and I think I left it. I think for the following day, 150 views, something like that. I don't know. So my friend then said, have you thought about doing a Facebook Live? I said, what's that? So I had to get my daughters again. So they told me what to do. So remember the days when we were on Thursday nights on 8 o'clock, we were clapping.
Yeah.
Anyway, I did a Facebook Live. It was 1 hour. Should have only been half an hour, dealing with loss, grief and bereavement. I started at 7. And when I realized what was going on, it was just for 8 o'clock. I've not looked at that now for a little while now. So when I looked at that particular thing last January, something like 2.9 thousand views, and it's just kind of developed from there. Really, I've done I didn't think 4 years on I'd still be doing it. So I've done a whole range of subjects, from toxic workplaces, toxic relationships, dealing with depression, dealing with if you've lost a friend through suicide, how do you support families, and if you feel suicidal yourself, what you do, stuff what counsellors would work with. So early on, I think it was early on this year or last year, I looked at the whole thing around courage in the workplace, and then I stumbled on this thing about moral injury. I normally spend about 3-4 weeks on a particular topic. I think I'm now entering the 4th month on moral injury, because I've got people now from Australia, Canada, America, Indonesia, Malaysia, Ireland, just contacting me about moral injury. How basically, so it happens in the workplace whereby, so for example, Rob, what are your 2 names?
Bryn and Paul.
Okay, so Paul's working in an organisation. He sees you, Bryn, do something, and he speaks to you, but you continue doing it. He then speaks to his bosses. Okay, Paul, thank you. Look, there'll be an investigation. So he's seen you do something unethical or unprofessional. Look, there'll be an investigation. 3 weeks goes by. Then Paul's invited into a meeting, only to discover Paul is the one who's targeted and you've been exonerated. So this whole moral injury, whereby your values and morals, you've seen something unethical, professional, you've reported it, and now you're the one who's targeted. I think they call it DAVRO. So the organization becomes defensive, aggressive, and reverse victim. So you're now the victim. And then what they do, organizations, what they do then, they put loads of pressure on people. And when I hear words like, we've got concerns about your performance, I know where it's going. You've spoken about the elephant in the room. They don't like what you've said, so you now become the target. And then what happens, they put so much pressure on you that what they do in the end, they can create ways of dismissing you. But before you do, and I've just started a series on the history of non-disclosure agreement, how it originally came. So how workplaces are using it now to silence people is not the original intention. So you have women who will report sexual harassment and so forth. The organization, to close the woman down, will make life really difficult. But before she leaves, quite often in a vulnerable state, they'll make her sign an NDA, pay her off to silence her, but the organization carries on with its toxic behavior. So that's the thing I'm looking at in terms of moral injury. It's insidious, and I think there's a bit of me that's really has angered me. So moral injury is not mental illness, but it can lead to mental illness, because if you can imagine that we live our lives through values and morals, and if there's a massive shift, it leaves us in a place of, I don't know who I am. I don't know what to believe anymore, and it really messes people up. It really, really does. And I'm getting angrier and angrier how employers can use this to silence people. And then in silencing people, it compounds their illness because they can't talk about it. And you need to talk about this stuff where your life has been so disrupted. You have to talk about it in terms of your well-being and so forth. And to keep it inside is actually damaging. So hopefully, is that clear enough? And
it's super clear, I think. But I would love to hear more examples of it. So where are some of the other places that moral injury kind of crops up? And one of the things that just feels really obvious is the issue of race. I wonder if you could talk about that in amongst other examples if you want, but especially about race, kind of how moral injury shows up there. Okay.
So we have Jonathan Shea discovered this thing in terms of this kind of phenomenon, but he also read Homer's Iliad, the kind of the Greek stories, and he saw some principles there. So we have war, and then so there's war, there's the paramedics, the workplace. Now in the UK, moral injury is kind of disguised as burnout. In America, they're more with it, but certainly in the UK, not so much. I think burnout puts the responsibility on the employee, but moral injury puts the responsibility on the employer.
Yeah.
There was a case recently, which is public within the Premier League. It was on LinkedIn, where there's a particular individual who was involved in EDI, Equality, Diversity, and Inclusion. I think a former colleague of his was in that role, and because how she'd been treated was very suicidal, and he kind of saved her from taking her own life. And he put a lot of stuff on LinkedIn, and the day before the court hearing, the Premier League called it off, and I think they must have asked him to sign an NDA and obviously paid him off. And that was about race. So what normally happens would be somebody sees something, and it could be. So I did some work for the NHS during lockdown, and still do. And one of the sessions I did was psychological and wellbeing strategies for coping during lockdown. And one of the delegates said to me that the CEO of the particular trust, it was looking at this whole thing out EDI, and he said what came to his attention. Now this is a white guy, as a CEO. So what came to his attention, there was a particular individual within the NHS, very able, experienced, got all the qualifications, had been going for a promotion for 17 years and never, maybe got an interview, but, you just missed out by this, you just missed out by this. And he said this guy came in, had trained people who'd gone on 2 or 3 positions after him. And this CEO just said, this is nothing more than racism. Yeah, there's nothing else you can say, because it's not as if you look at his appraisal, you can't kind of see patterns of poor performance and all that type of thing. So so you see something, you then report it, say that maybe it's not fair or what's going on. Now, a particular bugbear of mine is people in leadership positions who are not leaders. Because I have a particular view about leadership, because I've been involved in it for so long. I think one of the things I didn't say, because sometimes it can be a bit of a conversation killer, but also it can open up conversation as well. I was a pastor for 30 years.
That's welcome here, Delroy, don't worry.
Sorry?
I said that's welcome here, don't worry.
Right. So the last 10 years I was a regional bishop. And then I sat on one of our international committees. So the whole thing about leadership is really kind of important to me. So I'm very clear in terms of leadership. For me, 4 principles of leadership, and it's what I've kind of developed over 30 years. Leadership is really about serving people. That's number 1. Number 2 is leadership is about innovation, creativity, pushing the boundaries, doing new things. Number 3, creating psychological safety, meaning creating a space so people can talk freely. And number 4 is if you're not developing people after you, you know what you're doing. So in the last church I was in, I was actively training a core of the leadership. So if anything happened to me, church could carry on without me. But then I became really unwell, and then I resigned. So when I hear people experiencing moral injury, it's down to poor leadership, because the leader then, he or she would hear what was happening and take it seriously. But what they do, they kind of close ranks. And then Paul, who then noticed something, who then now becomes a victim, is targeted, and everything then, Paul, after that is scrutinized. And then the workplace then becomes so difficult for you that what happens in the end, you either end up leaving, or they make it clear that you leave. And what I say to individuals, and even in matters of race and women, I say the minute you start seeing something not going right for you, start keeping a log of what's taking place. So there's LinkedIn is public. So somebody contacted me recently who did that, I wouldn't, even though he's written it, but I've not asked him permission. But some of the stuff that he's experienced in an attempt to silence him has been, it's been awful, really. So in terms of, I see, if matters of race are kind of exposed, at the minute here in the UK, it's not seen as moral injury, but it is. But because the UK somehow well, as I say, we're normally 10 years behind America, aren't we? So, or perhaps even more now. So in the UK here, it might be seen as a race thing, but there might be kind of morals and values at stake. You know, the whole moral thing and the whole values around equity, equality, and all that type of thing. If that's been violated, you know, we feel it. Whether it's a woman being treated as an equal, or a black person, or an Asian person, or African person being treated as equal. If we're not treated equal, we feel it, and then that starts a whole range of emotions for us, and then that can actually affect our mental well-being. Yeah.
What's your understanding of what some of the motivations are behind the perpetrators in moral injury? So those people that are squashing that. What some of the common denominators? Some of the common why they're doing that?
That's well. It can be from. This is a massive organisation with a public image. You've got to protect the badge. You've got to protect the name of the. You've got to protect the image of the organisation, from football clubs to all organisations. So that's one. It depends who you have as leaders. There's a whole thing around narcissistic leaders who, or people in leadership position who have no insight to their own behavior. I listened to something recently on YouTube where a consultant came in, did a big kind of research on the organization. And what came up clearly was the CEO. The CEO was a nightmare. And when the CEO read this and shared it with his wife, she said, well, I actually agree with it. She said, I've been trying to tell you this for 20 years. So what he did as a leader, and a leader would do, he had 2 years of therapy, 2 years of training to look at the way that he interacted with people. And they said after the 2, he was a different human being. So you've got personality types. My friend was doing research, and it's kind of answering your question. My friend was doing research on narcissism and ministry. And this was a conclusion of the research, which was horrendous. And I think this is the same goes for leadership as well, outside of religious institutions. Ministry attracts narcissists like a children's playground attracts pedophiles. So it's almost as though this whole thing around leadership and the issue for me is leadership and power, and what happens quite often when people are in positions of influence and power, they don't like to share it. So going back to Jonathan Shea's point, he's very clear, even though the soldiers experienced what they did, but he really puts it down to a breakdown and a weakness in leadership that causes moral injury. And I've said to individuals, if you look at an organization, if good things are happening at the bottom, look what's happening at the top. If bad things are happening at the bottom, look what happens at the top. It's about leadership for me, and the type of individuals. And I suspect there are really good leaders, but they're possibly muzzled. Over the years, I've been quite critical of HR by what I've seen. But recently I said, Delroy, someone said, Delroy, that the HR, they themselves are muzzled by the leadership. So HR would know what to do, but many of them can be muzzled by the leadership or the CEO saying, no, I know what we should be doing, but you're going to do this. So that in itself, if that happens continually, that then people can experience moral injury, because you should be doing something better, but you can't because you've been told not to. And then you have some decisions to make. You either leave if you can, you either speak about it if you can, knowing that there's consequences, but maybe you can't leave. So maybe I'm going back to Paul, you're in a good job, you're earning serious money. toxic culture, but the money's good. You've got a couple of kids about to start uni. You're the main breadwinner, and you may have the decision. You know, I'd love to leave, but I can't because I've got 2 kids about to go to uni. So then, when I've worked with individuals in therapy, okay, you can't leave now. So what can we do to ensure that you can navigate the next 2 or 3 years safely? It's not a good place to be, because it just means that while you're in work, you're under tension. So what it means then, outside of work, you need to be involved in social groups, a good support group. Make sure that you're not so much busy, but doing things that de-stresses your body. If you're going to be in that environment for the next 2 or 3 years, or whatever. So, yeah.
I really appreciate that pragmatic approach, because people are normally like, we'll just get out of it. But that's not, the reality is so many of us are in difficult situations because we cannot get out of it. That is the reason why we're here in the first place, because actually there is no escape, and that's what we're having to navigate. So I really appreciate that. Talk us through then the steps you take to right the wrong of moral injury with an individual.
Ooh, I'll use this quote by Marion Keyes, an Irish broadcaster. I think it's a brilliant quote. She said, "There's pressure on people to turn every negative into a positive, but people must be allowed to say something awful. So something has happened, and awful as it was, my life has been changed forever." I think that's a fantastic quote.
Yeah.
It's not about moral injury, but I've used it for that. So the steps would be, now it depends if the person has left. So let's say the person has left the organization, and I've been saying, so a friend of mine has experienced it recently, absolutely devastated, and that's what happens to people. They're crushed. So the first thing is to face the emotion. So the word confront, if we use the word confront, it has negative connotations. But the word confront means to turn your face towards. So we have these emotions, so it's sitting with it, owning it, and exploring it. And it's painful. It's painful work. But if you don't do that to start off with, it'll come back to bite you. So what we'll do quite often as men, we suppress emotion, and we use a whole manner of things to suppress it. There's a quote by Freud. I'm not a Freudian, but there's a quote by Freud, Sigmund Freud. He did, huge work, very positive work for psychoanalysis. He said this: "Unexpressed emotions never die. They are buried alive and will come forth later in ugly ways. Believe you me, if we do not express these unpleasant emotions, they come back to bite us. And they can come back to bite us in anxiety, depression, excessive use of alcohol, excessive, in fact, illicit relationships. We do anything to numb the pain. So it's acknowledging what's taken place. It's then owning it. This is what has happened to me. And the third thing, exploring it. So on a personal, how I explore things, I journal. So I've been journaling since 1999, and I've kept them all. So for me, writing is really helpful to help me to understand what's going on. So the process of going on kind of gives you, the process of writing kind of gives you some insight. So sitting with it, owning it, exploring it, and then believe it or not, it's then sharing it in terms of find somebody who you can talk to. So it's really important to find somebody who you can share this awful event with, either with somebody you trust, or then people go to see a therapist. Believe it or not, the organization, so at the minute, in terms of moral injury, there's no known treatment as such for it. So they're perhaps to do CBT and other bits and pieces. But the organization that has done a lot of good work is the Australian Defence Force. And with the chaplains and psychologists, they've developed a, I think it's called a pastoral narrative disclosure. So there's a kind of eight session model whereby they enable servicemen or service women to talk about their experiences, what led them into the service, talk about their experience, and then towards the end, there's a kind of re-engagement with family, friends, and community. So apparently it's meant to be very effective. And I was in Sweden at a friend's wedding in April, and I met somebody, an Australian psychologist, and she says any training that the Australian Defence Force does, she said, it's brilliant training, and she was aware of that particular model. So what I've been saying to individuals, if you've experienced moral injury, well, this is what I say. If you see what's happening, you're logging everything, and if you have it within you, and if they offer you an NDA, don't sign it. And literally 3 weeks ago, I met somebody at the train station in Sheffield, that's where I'm based, and she was involved in TV and production. And we got talking about moral injury, and what she said, that her husband experienced it, and she said, I could see what they were doing. So what he did with her input, he went down a legal route and won. 10 years on, she said to him little recently, you still think about it? He says, yeah, I think about it often. One of the things when we experience moral injury, what can happen in terms of, so sitting with it, owning it, exploring it, sharing it, what happens if it's handled well, you come out the other side, you never forget the experience, but you can come out the other side more compassionate, more humane, your values, you kind of relook at your values, you kind of recognize who you are, so you can come out a better person, but it's a painful process. Mm-hmm. I don't think anybody is thankful of moral injury at the beginning, but they can be thankful at the end of the process. But you never forget it. It's a bit like if you lose somebody, you don't forget them. Mm-hmm. You know, it's forever there. But you remember the experience. But what should happen if it's handled correctly? Moral injuries should lead you to a place of learning and growth. Mm-hmm.
That's incredible. We're getting some amazing comments on the on YouTube, Dr. Delroy. Okay. Can't believe I've never heard of moral injury. What a light bulb moment. A walking wounded. Thank you, Lord.
Yes, so, yeah. Walking, absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
One of the things that's really struck me as you've been talking is that in every single example you've given about moral injury, there's more than the two people involved. It's not just the perpetrator and the person that's being injured. There is. The offence is actually all of ours to own. And so I wonder if you could speak into what we can be doing, because it feels like actually it really is like all the examples, the war, the kind of workplace, that there's so much that we could do to stop this happening in the first place.
Yeah, you kind of your question is kind of where I'm thinking. So in moral injury, you've got perpetrator, victim, observer.
Yeah.
What the observer can do, and now this takes courage, and going back to the leadership thing, for a leader to see what's happening and your board might be saying something else and you say, no, we need to do this, takes courage. So what an observer can do, can say to the person, look, I saw what happened, I've witnessed what happened, I will support you. I think there's a quote by Margaret Mead, talks about don't kind of underestimate the effects of small groups, because small groups have been the thing that's changed the world basically. If I can find the quote before I finish, I'll find and give you the accurate version. So what you can do as an observer, you support your colleague, but what happens quite often, because the victim is now under lots of pressure, it can make the observer to be quite fearful. So I don't know what you're really making me think. I just wonder, somebody's been victimized wrongly, somebody's been victimized, and their team just gets together and say, look, we're in full support. So any meeting you go to, you're not going to go to on your own. We will come with you as a staff together, we'll support you. I'm not too sure what management might do with that.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think sometimes we underestimate, the power that we have collectively.
Yeah.
On your own, you know, you're really vulnerable. But as a group of people staying with it, I'm not too sure how management would deal with it.
Yeah.
So I think that's one of the ways. Or you might be in a position like Paul, who can't leave, and you might not be able to support the person during the workplace, but you can support them outside of work. But also you need to be sure that you are confidential, they can trust you, and that you're not blabbering your mouth off to management. And also, if you're supporting them and your workplace finds out, you too then can be a part of the mix. And you know, you too can receive threats as well. So some of the stuff that folks organize, some organizations are brilliant, but some organizations, they are dastardly, and what they will do to get rid of people. You know, I know of organizations of Delroy, they've got all this stuff stacked against me, and all they've done, they've watched this individual for weeks and months. And if you scrutinize somebody closely, they're always going to fall off the radar a little bit somewhere. And you keep a list of this. And I've known people who've been called into meetings with a list of stuff, and you either go, but if you do appeal it, you're going to be on disciplinary. So what people do, they go. And I would say to folks, if you've got the wherewithal, if you see what's happening way down the road, start taking notes from now.
Yeah, amazing. Do you have a thought?
I think I was thinking about whistleblowing.
Right, here we go.
Yeah. So I thought I'm going to hazard a guess. You've been all over that.
Please carry on.
No, all I was going to say that these mechanisms are supposed to be protective, but even within that, there's been several stories in the newspapers. We've got, you know, the Assange case that's been there. There's the Boeing case, and there's all kinds of cases around where whistleblowers are saying the minute we blew the whistle, irrespective of all that, we were persecuted.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and if you use the right word, persecuted. Yeah, I've not covered it, but it's something that obviously, again, we brought to my attention. Lots of organizations have whistleblowing policy, but you know, policies don't change human nature.
No,
I've said that for a long time. It's nice, and you've really touched a bit of a corn there, Paul. Thank you.
Well, we're at the back end of it now, so it's all on you.
No, I think you're absolutely spot on. With organizations, what I say to folks, that organizations are not interested in how you feel, but what you can get them on is their policies and procedures. So a friend of mine was at university, overseas student, and wasn't looked after properly. He paid significant sums of money, and my friend, he went to bed with the policies and procedures. When he was waiting for the bus, he was reading it. When he was having breakfast, anyway, cut a long story short, he was called into a meeting, and lots of accusations. And it says, yeah, but your policy says this, your procedure says this, and he won his case, and they admitted that he'd not been looked after properly, and he got every single penny back. So it's knowing procedures and policies, but you know what? By the time you get to that stage, you're so worn out, you just want to go. Not unless, of course, you've got a really good union rep who can fight the case for you. But quite often, people are that worn out; they just haven't got the energies to go. I think in business there's something called attrition, whereby they just grind you down. So you go because you've just had enough. And organizations, I think the saddest for me is that organizations carry on with the toxic culture. So yeah, the whistleblowing stuff, I've heard loads of comments where Delroy, here was a policy we did, but they ganged up against us. There was an excellent video with Gillian. Oh, she was a business consultant. She was brought into Sellafield, the big nuclear plant.
Okay.
And it's a brilliant, I've forgotten her name now. I'll see if I can find it again before I go. She brought into Sellafield, and I kind of went online. 11,000 staff And she said less than 11% trusted the leadership.
Wow.
And people just worked there with their heads down and all the rest of it. And in the end, she was asked to leave because when she presented the results, part of the research to the board leadership, they weren't interested. And I would say if you're in a culture whereby there is no, at the top, they're not committed to driving change for positive stuff. You're kind of flogging a dead horse. If you're a leader though, over a team and so forth, you can do some good stuff amongst that, but you have to shield a lot of stuff from maybe coming from up stuff from the top. I've actually done that. So you're in charge of an area. You can do some really good stuff there, but you're forever shielding stuff that might be coming down, because they don't appreciate what you're doing. It can happen, but it's hard work, and people at the end of the day, they're just worn out with it. So people then leave, or what some people, I think if you stay in an environment which is so toxic and you're not looking after yourself, there's only one thing really, you'll be headed for a breakdown. There's a friend of mine works for a large organization. He's done incredibly well, and we were talking a few years ago now. So he was in charge of over 12 directors, and it's clear to me he was under a lot of stress. And I said, and I can't remember how the conversation came up, but out of the 12 directors, 4 were on long-term sick with stress. So I said, what? This is a multi-billion-pound organization. I said, well, what's HR and occupational health? Nothing. Nothing. You've got 25% of the particular on long-term sickness. No, because it's all about the money.
Wow. That's a crazy figure, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I said, because I asked him, because he's in a senior position, what is HR or occupational health doing about this? Nothing.
You kind of touched on it at the beginning, but just in context of who we may have listening, watching at the moment, and what we will come across as a charity and other charities that we've had on today.
Yep.
Do you think that moral injury is something that we can identify easily within ourselves or within other people, or does it take specific kind of probing? Because it's as we've heard on the chat, a relatively new term that most of us haven't heard of.
Yeah. So I think that's a very good question, actually. So moral injury can occur either because we've done something which is against our morals. So in the war would be you end up killing mother and babies and children.
And you did sign up for that, as you said.
Yeah. In the workplace, it can be your boss asks you to do something clearly is wrong. So you're an accountant, and your boss says something about certain financial matters, and you said, no, this is wrong. This is actually immoral. Well, I want you to do it, and you better do it. So you end up doing it. Once you might be able to get away with, but then repeatedly, it gets to the place where you can't sleep at night because it's bothering you, because this is moral practice. So please just ask the question again, because I've lost the.
What knowing that from your professional capacity, what about us or whoever comes to apply on the freedom course? Would we see those things, or in your church see them present quite easily and be able to say, oh, that looks like or sounds like moral injury, or self-identify that?
Right. So, for example, going back to the case that you're being a finance person, your boss tells you, that would be moral injury, because you know that what you're doing is wrong. So there's a break there of your values and also breaking your morals. And if that continues and it's then starts to have an impact on you, that is moral injury. Or you're listening to somebody and you're making, oh, that sounds like moral injury to me. What's that? Well, you've signed up to do this. This was a job description. This is what they say on the website. And you've gone into this with all sincerity. And now the organization is asking you to do things which they know is wrong. Is clearly wrong and is immoral. That's kind of moral injury. And if it goes on long enough, and long enough doesn't have to be long, long enough, a few times, and then it starts to affect then how you interact with people. gets to the place whereby it could start affecting your appetite, can't sleep at night because you're worried about what's taken place. For me, those were some of the signs, early signs of moral injury.
So it sounds as though it might be worth purposefully probing a little bit with someone and asking them, or maybe even just asking the direct question: have you been doing something that goes against your value system? Or
There you go. Yeah, direct question.
This is so good.
I feel like there's a little bit of an elephant in the room. I don't know how comfortable you're going to feel answering this question, Dr. Delroy. We've talked about moral injury in war. We've talked about moral injury in the workplace. What about moral injury in church? You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming.
Yeah. Do you know what? I said to somebody recently, I will be doing a set of series on moral injury and clergy. It goes on. It must do, because you've got human beings. But I think we're caught. So, yeah, vicars, clergy people can be caught. No, before I answer your question, for me, it's not an elephant in the room, because I think let me just use a story, a true story. A friend of mine who was raised in a particular church, and he left when he got to a certain age. He's now back in terms of faith, but he left, and when he was 50, he invited some of us to have a birthday. He had a birthday party. So he said to me, "Delroy, do you think the church is a safe place?" I said, "Yeah, I do." He said, "Well, I don't." I said, "Look, let me clarify that then." I says, "For me, the church is no different from the counselling world, the social work that you're involved in, medical practice. What do you mean?" I said, "Where there is the greatest opportunity and place for healing and restoration is also the greatest place for damage and destruction." He says, "Right, I understand that." So I think, so that's my view. Church can be a great place for healing, restoration, people feeling loved, people belong, but also it can be a place for great damage. Case in point, Roman Catholic Church in Ireland, who for 50 years denied what was going on, and 50 years later they then admit it. That, for me, that's just terrible. So I think it goes on. In fact, I have done a little bit of research on it, and I didn't think there'd be much, but there's lots of stuff about moral injury and clergy. I think it goes on. Bishops can be very, I guess within certain hierarchy, bishops can be very powerful people, and what I say goes, and then people are kind of left in a dilemma. So I can give you an example. A few years ago, quite a few years ago now, I was asked to do something at a Christmas event, and I met a Roman Catholic, somebody who was a Roman Catholic priest. We got talking. He was a Roman Catholic priest, but was now married, got 3 kids. So I thought, wow, I've never, I've heard of it. So I said, tell me the story. So Roman Catholic priest fell in love with somebody and went to his senior bishop to say that he was going to leave the order. He was told by senior bishop, "Why don't you do what the other priests have done? They particularly live as man and wife, but they're just not married. So they're having sex and all that type of stuff, but they're not married." So he said, "No." He said, "I can't do that." And his reason being, I'm sharing on Sundays, enabling people how to live, and you're asking me to do something different. So no, he left the order. So had he continued in that would be a case of kind of moral injury, because in a sense, he's doing something he knows clearly is wrong. But what he did, very courageous of him, he said, "No, I'm going to leave the order." And he did. And left, got married to this woman. I've never met his wife, met him once. Beautiful story, got 3 children, and enjoying his life. So I think, for me, as I've been going on this, and also being a pastor myself, and I know some stuff that's gone on over the years, not just in our own organization, but church per se. So for me, it wasn't an elephant in the room. It's just that I haven't done much work on it, but I know it goes on. Yeah. That ministers are asked to do things or say things clearly is wrong. So it could be, I remember going to, when I first, 2 years into pastoring, I went to see one of my seniors, and who I saw as a really good leader. And he told me that one of his issues with lots of pastors, he said they'll preach one thing, but you speak with them the following day, they don't believe it at all. They preach what the organization said they should, what believe. And I didn't do that. So I was kind of seen as, I think I was called a maverick. I didn't toe the line. I didn't toe the line very well. So I got on well with young people and new people to faith, but the traditionalists had a bit of a kind of warm time with them. Yeah, I just kind of took it that there's certain things I just thought was wrong, didn't make sense to me. And also, you see, Pentecostal pastor, secular psychotherapy, and I wasn't going to be pastor over here, therapist over here. The two were going to inform each other, and both were going to minister to each other. So, and I've been a therapist now for 36 years. Yeah, so I just think, you know, for people of faith, we've got an amazing book called the Bible. I guess the Muslims will say they've got an amazing book called the Quran, but we have an amazing book called the Bible, which is so creative and expansive, but it's down to how we use it. Quite often, what I hear quite often is very narrow, but it can be so liberating. And my daughter was one who, unbeknown to me, I affected positively for what she's doing now and so forth. So I didn't know at the time, but yeah. So basically, very quickly, I really encourage my daughters to read when we're younger. But you know, if you've got kids and they're really resistant, don't keep pushing it. Just end up hating you. So anyway, Jordan decided to go to uni. So she decided to do history and politics, and it made no sense. It really made no sense. So about 3 days later, I said to Jordan, "Why have you chosen history and politics? It makes no sense." She said, "I said, what made you do that?" She said, "You." I said, "When?" We had no conversation. So she said to me, "You remember when you were doing your PhD?" She said, "I said, yeah. When you asked me to edit a couple of chapters for you." But she said, "I really like what you wrote." I said, "Okay, that made some sense." Then I went to my wife and said, "Oh, just have a chat with Jordan, blah, 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 blah." And then Paula said to me, "Well, there's something else you don't know." "What's that?" "From the age of 13, every time you preached, Jordan took notes. And she had long conversations about the issues you'd raise in your sermons." Unbeknown to me, because I do encourage note taking. When I was a pastor, I encouraged note taking because I would emphasize that whatever I say on a Sunday on this text, it's not even scratching the surface. So spend some time during the week on this text to see what else God might be saying to you. So I really encouraged that, you know, be critical of me, but also what I say is not the be all and end of it. And then in the end, you've got young people while you're preaching, they're on the phones on the internet checking out what you're saying is correct. So some ministers hated that, but I loved it because it kept me on my toes. Yeah, so that's how I influenced my daughter. She went on to do history and politics, and then she went on to do applied human rights. And she didn't tell me she was going to do, she told me she was going to do a master's, but didn't say what. But when I went with her to enroll, I knew straight away where she got the idea from. Just listened to a dad who was not political, but, you know, for me, if faith doesn't make sense in the real world, why on earth are we doing it? So I just made political issues, current affairs, I brought into sermons and to enable people to understand this is how we live in this particular context. This is happening. This is happening. And just going back to your you know, how we deal with moral injury. One of the things, of course, with unpleasant emotions, what we do quite often, certainly as men, we deny it. We either bury our head in the sand. No, what we need to do is to confront it. And how we confront it, we face it. Take some courage. If you face it today, it won't haunt you tomorrow. That's right. Yeah.
I'll write that down.
Just a quick, potentially final question, Delroy, because I really appreciate how much of your morning you've already given up. Just to bring faith into it a little bit more, and into the issue of moral injury, because it strikes me that I was just imagining myself in those scenarios and thinking, why might I end up in one of those situations that you described, one of those circumstances? And I know that for me, I'm a chronic people pleaser, and that it's that people pleaser in me that could probably lead me into situations of doing something that I didn't feel comfortable with, and then that situation arises. And I know that the root of that, from a faith perspective, is not really understanding where my worth and value lies.
Okay.
And it's one of the themes we've kind of come up today in terms of the importance of Christians, of the way of navigating tricky situations is to have a really deep sense of understanding of where our worth and value lies, and that coming from Jesus. Is there anything that you would say into that, in terms of if you had a Christian that was struggling with moral injury and you could openly speak faith into their that in that therapy session, what would you say?
In fact, one of the things that we, in terms of the discussion, in terms of one of the definitions of moral injury, of course, is that they talk about soul shattering, because it affects people's spirituality and so forth. One of the things I would say is that God desires honesty and truth, and not to do that. I don't want to use the words not pleasing to God, but I think in terms of the gospel, it's about goodness, about the truth and liberating. And if somebody's struggling, it just means then they're not feeling liberated. And I think I need a bit. You've asked a really good question, because one of the things I'm reflecting on now, 30 years of ministry, I think some of the theology that's taught in our church is not helpful, because we teach a very passive Jesus, but Jesus wasn't passive. He just wasn't passive at all. We preach somebody very passive, but he disrupted social norms, he disrupted politics, he disrupted religion, but yet the church has opted for a very passive, loving, compassionate, and he was, but in the meantime. So I think I might have lost the thread of your question a little, but I think, so do you mean that Christians suffering as a victim or witnessing?
Well, either or. I think it was just thinking, I guess maybe if you had somebody in a counselling session coming and saying,
you
identify moral injury, but you also know they're a Christian, and so you use biblical principles to kind of help them reframe or recover from moral injury. What are some of the things that, as a pastor, you might bring in, and a therapist?
Right. So, well, certainly in terms of, so one of the things I wouldn't do is just say, look, just pray about it and just trust God and everything will be all right. So I think by all means pray, yes, but let's do some groundwork. So the stuff, the principles I said earlier on about owning it, sitting with it, exploring it, I would do exactly the same thing. But knowing that, I'd say to them that, look, this has happened, and you might feel all at sea. And to be honest, I might not say, where do you find God? But maybe later down the road, I might say, look, this is how we'll work through some of this stuff. And I might then say, where do you sense the hand of God in all this? I think to say that right at the beginning, it closes people down. And the reason why I don't encourage just praying about it, because then it's almost like that God will sort it out. I don't need to do nothing. And I'm saying, no, pray about me, but we need to do the work. So what I'm going to say next might really surprise some people. If I work with Christians, I don't pray at the end of the session. I might pray with them in the final session at the end, but I don't pray with them after every session, because prayer can be used as a way of not having to deal with it. All I need to do is trust God, but yes, trust God, yes, but deal with some of the crap that you've experienced. And Richard Rohr, a Jesuit priest, says this, and he's so right. If we do not transform our pain, we will assuredly transmit it. And he said the people who we transmit it to are the people close to us, the people we love. And he said the most vulnerable of all is children. But he says this: don't be too quick to get rid of your pain, because it has something to teach. So that's what I'd be saying. So I do the psychological stuff, the secular counselling stuff. By all means, pray. At some point, I'd be saying, where do you sense God's hand in all this? Yes, it's trust in Jesus, trust in God. Where do you sense God's presence in all this that's happened? And what will happen quite often, if you allow the person to speak, allow the person to feel angry, even if during that time of this kind of discombobulation and confusion, I don't even know if I believe God exists anymore, or I'm angry with God, create that space to happen for them to talk without feeling judged or condemned, because that will pass. You close it down, that's the end of the therapy, and then that's the end of their growth. But if we allow that and create that space, what happens at the end, we have somebody who has a more mature understanding of God and a deeper experience of spirituality and understanding of God. So if you use well, it doesn't have to be negative, but it can really lead to positive, but it's really painful. I don't think that helps.
Super helpful,
Yeah.
and I think that's a really great place to wrap it up. Anything you want to add, Paul, to the back of that?
Other than thank you, and keep us informed with your material as you're creating it. I know I'm sure probably all of us would love to read that, to be fair.
Well, if people are on LinkedIn, I'm really easy to find. Just put Delroy Hall, I'll come up, and that's it.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank
If
you.
anybody said they can't get hold of me, I'll just say you've not tried long. In fact, you don't have to try long. Just put my name in. Put my name in the browser. It'll come up.
Brilliant.
Amazing. Dr. Delroy, any final words from you that you wanted to share that you haven't had a chance to say, or just like we've covered it all?
We'll never cover it all, but I think you're doing great work, because most of us know that the profession of mental health services pretty much stretched to the limit. So these charities, these groups, people that are setting up, not as therapists, but just creating space for men to talk is brilliant. And this whole thing around community, which in a sense we may have lost a little bit in a kind of modern world, it's really important where people feel accepted, that they belong, won't be judged or condemned, and they can bring their stuff. Because part of being in the community is part of healing as well. So yeah, we could go on forever, but no, great work you're doing. Keep it up. Yes. And now let's keep a dialogue going.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for your time this morning. I don't know what your normal morning routine is like, but I'm sure it's not jumping on to talk about this stuff at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Not normal, but Fridays is normally kind of a quiet day. But if you want to know what I'm going to do next, I'm going to go. I've just become a granddad. So
congratulations.
yeah. So thank you. For Zion is 2 months old now. So I told my daughter and her hubby that I'll cook Sunday dinner for them. So as Caribbean people, we don't do half an hour seasoning then put in the oven. We really season the food, and so I'll be going to season some lamb, stick it in the fridge for, and then I'll be cooking it tomorrow. I think tomorrow morning. So
yeah, that sounds amazing.
Yeah.
So enjoy that.
Yeah, thank you, today. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time today.
Yeah, thank you for the invitation. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, take care.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Oh, so I've got a woman who snuck in. Cheers all.
Right at the very end. Thanks.
Bye. Bye.
Hello.
Hello. Hi everyone. This is me, my authentic self.
Yeah, this is the only one, Ari. Yeah, you don't have to feel free.
No,
say the whole time.
I'll come in no, I won't stay the whole time.
Yeah.
Don't think I've got an hour's work with me yet, but everyone coffee. Although you guys have been absolute stars, man. I'm so proud of you both. Well done. How you feeling?
I am starting to feel woozy. I think woozy is the word. Like my head's just kind of like, as I'm talking, I'm thinking, don't move. Because every time I move, I feel my head go, whoa.
Oh,
That blurry thing going on.
Yeah. I've only got to drive home.
Only.
Yeah.
Maybe take a little rest before you do that. We'd like to get you home safe.
I'll be fine.
And how are you? Yeah, you're looking a little bleary-eyed as
Yeah,
well.
I've got the red eye going on now, but I feel.
Did you sleep at all?
No, you powered on through.
No, I did. I saw you at 3 a.m. I just, for some reason, woke up. I thought, oh, I wonder how they're doing. And you were having a right old worship session in here by yourself. It was great.
I snuck off for an hour.
Yeah, well, you've got 5 kids.
I do.
All waiting for you.
No,
Just waiting.
Amazing. We've done it. Like we're into the last hour where we can kind of where we can reflect, wrap up. I mean, there's been so much dynamite. I'm not going to retain. I haven't retained it all. But it'd be great to just kind of think through what some of the we've been sort of chatting through the themes as we go, which is great. Kind of reflect on what some of the themes are and just any highlights. That you've got. Do you want to start us off, Aaron? Because you've
with highlights,
yeah, things that you've seen that you've thought are particularly enjoyed.
I
been challenged by.
I think what I've really enjoyed is just the variety of people and the different perspectives and having an opportunity to listen. to someone's perspective for an extended length of time. You know, even in a normal conversation, you might only get, you know, little snippets here and there, but just, you know, some of these have been a good hour long of even getting people's backstory. So I'm always interested in the why behind the what. So you see someone like a Tony who's set up this charity, and then hearing the backstory, you go, okay, get that now. And I love, and we've seen that in lots and lots of the guests who've just, you've done really great in going, okay, can we just rewind first? Can we go back? So that we can kind of talk about the issues, but let's do it within the context of your lived experience. And I think lived experience is such a powerful thing that I think this has given such a great opportunity to hear lived experience. And we can learn so much from people's experiences and from their perspectives. So I think, you know, we had all sorts of hopes and expectations of what this might be, but I think maybe that's one of the ones that I underestimated the power of, just to allow space and time for someone to tell their story. So I've loved that. I have loved hearing people's stories. So yeah, that would be my highlight.
Yeah, we were reflecting on that in the middle of the night, where we just that when you hear someone's backstory, you could jump straight into this is what I do, or this is kind of, you know, I'm interested in this stuff. But when you hear why someone's interested in that stuff, it just adds a whole layer of authority to it, but it also just adds a whole layer of just a depth to it, that, and a newfound appreciation for it. And you can't refute it either. Like you can think about things on an academic level and go, do I agree, do I not agree? But when you hear that it's come from someone's direct experience, you're like, well, I trust you implicitly with the conclusions that you've drawn and what you're now doing. So yeah, we've really enjoyed that.
I think it's something actually that quite a few participants have asked me on the intro calls. It's like, who are you? Which is, I guess, the whole point of the call. But some people do want to know a bit of the background. Why do you do this? You know, why is everybody here? But I loved when Trevor brought his memory of the shield and the picture of the prayer time that we had, and one of the pictures was of people interlocking shields. You know, often shields were designed to do that, and I thought that really came across with everybody's like, we're locking shields with these guys, you know, in the kingdom as well. And that for me,
it's just a really special thing, this, you know, because it's been nearly 20 years now of Mercy, and for all of the years that the early years, well, the last probably 15 to 18 years, whenever I've done a conference or done a Q&A, the question's always been, what about the men? Is Mercy doing anything for men? Will you run a men's home? Will you do, you know, what about the men has been a consistent and constant question. And my answer's always been, not until God tells us to. We have been told to run a home for women. We've been told to, you know, to support women, and to now be where we are and know beyond a shadow of a doubt that God has now said, now it's time to include the men, not to be exclusive men or exclusive women, but we have well and truly moved away from being a women's ministry to a people's ministry. We are here to build the kingdom of God, to see people live free and stay free. And it feels a little bit of a line in the sand kind of moment, does this. It's the first time in our history we've ever run a campaign solely focused on men. There wasn't any point before. We couldn't serve men. We had nothing to support men. And to now be in that position is quite significant, I think. Again, I probably wasn't quite ready for that until it all kicked off yesterday, and I actually got a bit emotional. Like, we're living in the things that 10 years ago I would have said, I don't know if that's ever going to happen. And here we are doing this. So it's really interesting to me.
I'm the opposite now. I'm like, oh, I feel like blown away.
You can get emotional, Paul.
You know me, but you know why, right? Because that's why I think it's really important to acknowledge the women in this as guys, knowing what I've been through in my own life, and having to be there, and like you guys at work now, that I'm getting to live what you guys have been digging for that nearly 20 years, and I'm getting to be a part of that. And it's huge. And seeing all these men now that are a part of this ministry, and people who are coming through, men on the freedom course. I mean, I get to facilitate both men and women, which I think is a great honor, but it's so powerful that what women have done and are doing in this ministry have pioneered the way for men to get freedom as well, without probably even realizing that it was happening. Just faithfully doing and serving and going through all the stuff that you guys have pioneered in the early days of Mercy. But that's just so how it worked with Jesus. So how it worked with Jesus, the women saw it. They saw the need. They saw the revelation of Jesus and of God and everything that he had and who he was and who reflected the Father being. And they just went with it. They just went all in. They went all in, and then the guys went, "Oh, look, let's get involved and then do all the shouting." But actually, within that there was an empowerment. You know, it was like, go get the disciples, and then share that message. And I really think that there's something in that prophetically. I think for us as a ministry, and for the people that will come through the Freedom Course, in that there will be men who are empowered who go on to do amazing things because a woman believed in them too, enough to start this and to go with, hang on a minute, that's not what we do in God's ways now. Well, that conversation didn't happen. It's like, well, if this is what God's saying, we do what God is saying. This is the Lord's instruction. So what have we got in our hand? And let's do that. And it's like, when I heard that there was, going to be men coming through, I mean, I've been praying for that for a long while, but I was like, pick me. Pick me.
And here you are staying up all night. Did you think when you said pick me that you
and now I am like a giddy schoolboy.
He was telling me all about his military career and how he would sometimes spend 2 weeks without any sleep. So, like, this is actually fine. Like, he's in his element.
Yeah, this is bringing back some memories for sure.
Hopefully not too bad. Was it you that was telling me about the Welsh revival?
We talked about it previously.
Yeah, I think, and how it all started when the men were at war, and revival broke out, but all the women went to church. And when the men came back, was it war? Yeah,
it was just the other way. It was just before the war.
Yeah, well, you tell me.
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember your story.
There was one particular revival where I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but it was a big mining community, and a lot of the women had started going to church. It was, the outbreak of the war was nearby, and a lot of the women from the community were just going to church, and they were all having these dramatic encounters with God. And so they were just going back to the church all the time. And what was happening is some of the men were coming back from the pit, and they were getting home, and the wives weren't there, so there was no dinner on the table or anything. And they were just like, "What do we do?" So I know they heard, like, "Where's all the women?" Well, they've all gone to the church, right? Not having that, and I'm going down. And what one particular testimony was of one of the men that was going to drag his wife out of the church was, by the time he got into the churchyard, the presence of God hit him, and he didn't even make it till just inside the doors, fell to his knees in the glory of God and just repented and gave us. And this just kept happening over and over again. And all these men got dramatically saved, and then they got sent off to war. And I think in that particular spot, every single one of them got killed.
Wow.
But I think that it just reminded me so much of what you just said, because I think that is another illustration of the Mercy story. Like, it has been 20 years of women leading the way and creating that environment and seeing revival, and then we just get to kind of walk into that and then just kind of go,
yeah. And that is honestly it's how it feels. But it's also great. I love that we have that culture in Mercy where I have no problem if I'm emotional, or if I can share my experiences and what God's doing, because I'm free to do that. And I've been comfortable in my skin like that for many years. But to be able to do it, I can be like that at church. I can do that at home. I can even do it while it's like I think it was Tony who said it about, I'm not going to be this, and this. I'm all of it. I think a couple of the guys said it. And that's what authenticity is when you get to just be you, even if me isn't quite perfect today. And I think that's come across really strongly from everybody that's spoken. But anyway, I'm hogging, so I'm all excited.
No, it's great. It's really special. Actually, I think it's really special. This is a really special 24 hours that I think we'll talk about and remember for a long time.
Yeah.
And it's not even about the money. It's about what this means and signifies. Cost the money's great, and if you haven't given yet, please give. I think we're on like 75%.
Wow.
On just on your 77. Great.
77.
And obviously that'll continue to go up when we add everyone else's in as well. But that's part of why we're doing this. I think what's come out of it is way more valuable than the money ever will be. And so I do think that it feels like a bit of a foundation block that's just been put into place that we can build from and build on. So I think I feel really proud of you guys and everyone involved, and just really grateful.
And all the guests that said yes, like, because I think what we wanted was to kind of take the issue of men's mental health, put it on the operating table, and look at it from every angle we could possibly find. To just understand what the common denominators are, what are the common issues, where are the similarities, where are the differences in terms of what we do and how we navigate this. And I think the thing that's just really struck me is the variety of experience, expertise, and angles, but the similarity in what the undertones and undercurrents of every narrative is. I know there are, there's 3 or 4 things that everyone's saying, just do more of this.
So what would you say those are?
I mean, community is one that you've kind of really picked up on and kind of grabbed hold of. The importance of having people around you, having people that you can pick up the phone to at 2 a.m. in the morning. A different level of friendship, and just. But another big one is intentionality, especially for men. Some of what leads women. I'm obviously massively stereotyping, but there's some truth to every stereotype. To seek out help beforehand is that willingness to talk and to be open. Men, it's whether it's social construct, whether it's external pressure, internal pressure, it's all of the above. But there is a hesitation that means it just doesn't come naturally. So the only way to do it is to be intentional. And that intentionality is hard. It costs. It takes vulnerability. It takes being prepared to look inside that box and deal with whatever comes out. It takes time. One of the themes that's come through is it's not a quick fix. And we live in a very quick fix culture. We want, I'll take up mindfulness. I'll, do things that kind of will hopefully temporarily numb the pain. But in every story that anyone's shared the testimony, again, the answer is the same. That if you don't deal with this, it will come out. It will come out. It'll come out in your physicality. It'll come out in your emotional temperament. It'll come out in your responsibility. It will come out. So you've got a choice. Do you contain it and allow it to completely limit your capacity as a friend, as a husband, as a father, or do you accept the inevitable, which is that this is going to have to get dealt with, and start to do the work? And we've all got so many strides to make in that area, myself included. So it's been like super challenging.
But doing nothing is a choice as well, isn't it? And doing nothing also comes with a consequence. And the repetition of going round and round the mountain, round and round in circles on the same stuff will manifest in destructive behaviors, addictive behaviors, unhelpful and unhealthy behaviors. And then we focus on the behaviors, then feel the shame of that behavior and just rinse and repeat. That's another theme that's come up across the 24 hours is shame. I think the desire for men to be courageous as well, but we talked about toxic masculinity and how we think being brave is that we have to be macho, but actually being brave is putting your hand up and go, I'm not doing too great today, and deciding even to make that call and say, I want to apply for the course because I can see that there's a framework here that God can work with, to do something with me, and to dare to explore. And that's the word I talk about this quite a bit with my friends about prayer if you dare and things like that. That actually the way that God inspires courage and bravery in us sometimes is actually to tap into that sense of adventure. You know, you talked about your own journey, and you were saying, oh, I'm not sure about this outdoors thing for me. And then when you actually shared your testimony, you were talking about grabbing pieces of metal and sliding down rivers and doing all of these incredible things. But actually what you were describing is all of the choices. You found a way to use that sense of adventure, and you showed courage. And here you are, and that's what I really want men to take as inspiration, whether it be coming onto the freedom course or supporting us, as treasure builders, as givers, to say, actually, I'm going to have the courage to invest something of myself, blessed to be a blessing, into this, because that could be that one guy's shield that locks with the next shield that rescues a village. Like in that, imagine if all of those men that have been intentional. When I believe that there's something strong. We talk about it, the Bible says, doesn't it, about where there's unity, God commands the blessing. Talks about brotherhood. And I think when men, that's the key word for me, is brotherhood. When men get brotherhood, God can do anything with them. I bet if we speak to Tony, and I can share some of my own stories and lots of other ex-military people, but being in the military was a massive part of my life, which in some respects I've missed a lot, because it gave me brotherhood. I had a good family, and I'm very close with my brothers, and I've got a brother that's he's barely 14 months younger than me, and we were really close. But going through some of the traumatic things I did as a child, I needed an option. I needed an alternative, because I knew that there was a time frame attached to how long I could live in that. And yet, by the time I got to that age, there was all that responsibility that I had, because my parents were struggling in their marriage. My mum had cancer. My younger siblings, two of which were really, really young, I was effectively parenting them. So even having to make the decision to actually go into the military, which is what I wanted to do, I then had to make that as an alternative choice, still knowing that I was leaving all of them to face all of the stuff that I'd been through. But what got me through that was when I got into brotherhood and sisterhood. To be fair, I served with lots of really courageous women and learned a lot from them. But that really struck me, is that actually coming out of that, a lot of that's what I believe that men are looking for. Rob talked about it yesterday. We've all the men, I think, have shared that sense of, I want to belong. I want to feel like I'm a part of something. Another couple of guys said, I need a purpose. And when we have a purpose from a healthy sense of being, of realizing, actually, if I don't do any of that stuff, God loves me. My Father God loves me. It's like God's really been reframing that for me, and I hope that's come across for the guys, that actually, when God takes a hold of our submitted mind and helps us reframe it changes everything. It really changes everything.
And I love what you've been said about the sort of courage and what that looks like in everyday life, and how courage and fear are so closely connected. Like you can't actually have courage without fear being present, because then you don't need it. For it. So that link between courage and fear, and then how big a part fear can play in people, but men, as we're talking about, men not reaching out or staying quiet or bearing up longer than they need to or should. That was it 300? I don't know if I get this, but I think it's 365 times the Bible says do not fear. One for every day. So I just think that I don't know how much we talked about fear during this thing, but I do think fear has such a big part to play in keeping people stuck and keeping people trapped, and not breaking through into what they're, into what God's got for them. It's just that fear. and then the need for courage to really rise up on the inside of someone and go, I see the fear, I recognize it, it's normal, everybody feels fear, but in order to get to where I need to be, I'm gonna have to take up courage. And that's, you know, we're talking again then about that intentionality and being so intentional about picking up courage, taking courage. It says take courage, take courage. I don't think it's something that that just happens. You have to decide to take courage.
Yeah, you feel fear, you take
feel
courage.
fear, you take courage. And I think that's something that I can see just as a pattern in everything that people have shared in their stories. There's been moments and significant times when they took courage.
Yeah, I think that's so true. I think we chatted about something, and we were laughing, all of us on the WhatsApp group, but planning this, weren't we, about the jackass culture? And you know, we had a bit of a giggle about it, but there is an element of us as men that we do egg each other on, but we can do that absolutely. I mean, you know, who's it said at some point yesterday, you know, about you know, going and jumping in a river when you're at the pub, you know, oh, hey, you know, go and jump in the river, and it's like, what do you do? Do you enable? Like, was it James? Yeah. And I was thinking, I've been in those situations where someone said, let's do this, and I'm like, oh, there's a cliff and a river, and that looks really dangerous. See, lads, and off you go, and then dare other people to do. Now that's crazy, and yeah, it was fun and stuff, but actually, what we can do is egg each other on in dangerous stuff, you know, in that toxic culture. But we can do that in a godly fashion as well, to egg each other and say, no, go on, Bryn, I dare you to pray about that with me. And you know, it's like, I dare you to apply for the freedom course. I dare you to commit to giving in an affordable way into something that you're passionate about, and maybe switching some things up your life. Because
that was one of your ideas for the campaign, wasn't it? Like, what if it was the tagline of "I dare you"?
I dare you.
Yeah.
You know, if you dare men to get involved in things, and I mean in a healthy way, we've got to be careful with what language we use. Then I think guys will respond to that. Maybe courage today for someone is getting out of bed.
Yeah.
Maybe that's as good as it gets to look, and that's all right. You know, even if it's only getting out of bed for a bit, or you know, whatever it is for a bit, doing one thing that you didn't do yesterday is brave. It's enough. You're enough. And I think when we get to that and start, like, again, being intentional about investing this into men within the church, men will be falling over themselves to be a blessing to their wives and to their mums and to their daughters and sisters, because they'll realize the power that God has given us as men to be able to act with valor, to be able to act with courage. But it doesn't have to look like it all gets painted in the magazine, as it were. It's a case of, maybe it's just the case. There's a guy at our church at the ladies' conference last week, and he served in church for the first time. He's not been there long, and he put his name down. He's taking time off work, brought himself to the conference. I mean, he dressed the part. He made sure he was in black and white to be serving. And at the end of the weekend, he came up and he said, you know what, this has been the best weekend of my life.
Wow.
He said, just to be able to serve the women here, completely blown him away. And I thought, that is masculinity. That's a man who's after God's own heart, who's had, you know, given his life to God, being baptized, and is now serving in church within the space of a year. And that is what his take home is from all of it, is I get to serve God and to serve the women of the conference. What a beautiful thing that the first time he got to serve in church was to serve the women in the church.
Feel free to get ready for leaving if you need to, or you can stay.
What time is it?
9:30.
Maybe. What's next? As in, what's happening with it? I know there's plans to maybe turn this into a podcast.
We will give Ben the raw footage and just say, do what you can.
I just think there's so much richness. It would be such a shame for it to have only been available live for those who could listen for 24 hours.
It's all been recorded, so
Great.
we will. I mean, anyone, if you're here now, every bit that's been live streamed can be watched. the downside of what YouTube kept doing, which was kicking us off and making us start again, was that I think it was partly doing that because it can only record a certain amount. But it's all on there even now. You can go on and watch everything, except for the bits where me and Paul were chatting in the middle of the night. I kind of intentionally thought, I'm not going to record this because I've got no idea where this is going to go, because I can tell we're both getting a little bit delirious.
It was funny when I think I was only one of maybe 2 people on the screen when you were on your own. It was about 3:15 this morning. I don't know why I was awake. I was awake and I thought, I'll just see how they're doing. And you must have been in your little tiny little bit of time.
What was super sad was that I went down to the room at like 2:30, and like 2:45 I was like, I'm just gonna check on Paul.
No.
I literally went onto it and I was like, Bryn, what are you doing? You've been in there for 20 hours. Put it down and just have mercy. I did. I literally checked. It was like a compulsion. I just wanted to make sure he was working. I wanted to make sure he was okay.
I feel loved and I feel checked in on.
I have to say, it was quite addictive. Like, there was times, because I had things to do. I've been really busy, and I've had like these voices just in the background chatting, and every now and then I go, "Oh, that was good."
I've been absolutely riveted. Like, I found it so much easier than I thought, just because the quality of what people are bringing.
Oh, really good, really good. So,
what were top tips and takeaways for what we as men can be doing and what we as church can be doing? Anyone?
Top tips. Well, I think we've just actually already really talked about those. The creating a sense of community and being deliberate about that. I think what we're doing right now is really helping in terms of normalizing imperfection, normalizing need, normalizing, like Tony's entire charity. It's okay not to be okay. But I would add, it's not okay to stay that way. I've always added that onto that one. It's okay not to be okay is great. And that has to be the start point, because without that, you don't get to the next bit, because it's not okay to stay not okay. And whilst ever we're committed to it not being okay for you to not stay okay, then we've got work to do. So yes, let's start with acknowledging and normalizing. Everybody has stuff. Everybody has times in their life where they're not coping, where they're overwhelmed, where they're struggling to sleep, where the pressures just become too much and they're living in stress, they're living in survival mode. And that is okay. Even Jesus, there was times he wasn't okay. I love looking at the humanity of Jesus, of how he was not okay. He was not okay when he kept coming back and his mates had let him down again. They didn't pray. They couldn't even stay awake for an hour. You guys have beaten the disciples. Well done.
I'll chat with you about that later, Peter.
Can you not even stay awake for an hour? Like, he was frustrated. Like, he was not okay. He was overwhelmed with what was about to come his way. And he looked around for his friends and they weren't there. So he knows that. And I think, so it is okay to not be okay. But we have to be committed, and I know we are, but stay committed to making it easy for people, men and women, to know what the tools are of how they can respond when they're not okay. How do I not stay in this place of not being okay? What are my options? The goal is get out of not being okay. The reality is, I'm like everyone else. I have bad days. What are my options now? So that's where I feel like Mercy and our future and what we can be doing is just continuing to equip people and empower people with the tools they need to respond well to the pressures and the demands of life. Because that's all this is really. We're not even talking about, yes, there's major trauma. Yes, there's complex PTSD and the huge off the scale things people deal with. But there's also the everyday niggle thing after thing after thing that on their own is not a big deal. We could all cope with this, and we can all cope with this one thing and this one thing. But you add them all together, And then you add the amplification of not just your own stuff, but through the wonders of social media and the news outlets, we now have everybody else's stuff to deal with as well. So now we've got vicarious trauma because we're carrying the burdens of the images that are flashed before us on a daily basis. So I just think this is a very human condition of living in the times we are living now. And so I think I count it as an honor and a privilege as a ministry to really tend to that and tend to the needs of the everyday person living in everyday life and feeling unable and overwhelmed to do so. And that's, I'm excited about what that looks like for us.
Yeah, me too. Right after I had a little bit of sleep later on.
30 minutes to go, people. 30 minutes to go.
20 minutes to go.
20 minutes to go.
Do you have anybody on, or anyone that might have questions?
There were some lovely comments towards the end, which I think are definitely worth reading out. Let's have a look. Fiona Taylor in the line were talking about moral injury, which really resonated. So thanks again for coming on, Dr. Delroy. Moral injury is real. I've been there too many times. A teenager somehow had the backbone to stand up to my employer. I have a great testimony, but it was really tough and hurtful for me at the time. Debbie definitely thinks we should add it to our freedom course curriculum. Right. So somebody said that they woke up in the middle of the night and I, as usual, checked in to see how it was going, and they saw me on my own and just checking that everything was okay. Ian, that is so kind. I was absolutely fine. I think you probably saw me at about 4 o'clock in the morning when I'd had a half an hour sleep. I had a shower and I was coming in here and I was just prepping for the next bit. And doing a bit of praying, so that's where you caught me. But yeah, I'm fine, thank you. Thanks for checking in.
We're getting good at this, checking in.
I know. Practicing what we're preaching. It's great. It was a really good top tip of was it Paul Benja that was saying best tip is just the minute you get a thought as to whether you should do something or not, do it. So if you think, I haven't checked in on this person for a while, just do it. Don't sit on that thought for a moment longer. Just do it. Sensitively, but just do it. And I think the amount of times that thought has cropped into my mind and I don't act on it, and the times at which I do go, I'm just going to do it. It's the other person's needed it. So
Rob Harvey spoke a lot about that as well. I thought that was really good. It takes 10 seconds to write a text. That was great. Sue Hurst, you've been supernatural. It's been such a challenging time for me as an old lady in church, so thanks for doing this. Well done. Appreciate that. Nikki Crabtree, this has brought such a breakthrough for members of my family today. Thank you so much, boys, for doing this talkathon. That's nice, isn't it? I think it was Mark Crabtree that was really again stirred by the moral injury stuff. So it was such a light bulb moment for me. A walking wounded. Thank you, Lord. Ken, who are you having a little chat with? Ken in the middle of the night, weren't you? Ken Reeves Morris.
Yeah, he was hardcore.
He was hardcore.
He was on like 2 o'clock in the morning.
I know, he kept going, and he said, hard to sum up all that I've heard, but would like to thank Bryn, Paul, and the Mercy team for bringing this incredible event to us.
You're welcome, Ken.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. Let's take, if we don't transform our pain, we will transmit it, which is a great quote, which draw. Oh, we've had a question. Thanks, Louise. We've got 15 minutes. And Trevor said the last 24 hours has been so epic. Well done, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Trevor. You were great.
Arianna, it's been so calming having this on all day yesterday. Thank you. Arianna, you are Arianna.
No, I didn't like that. Ariella.
Oh,
Ariella. I thought you said Arianna. I'm like, I didn't like that.
Thanks, Arianna. That's lovely. And we've had lots of comments like that. I think it was genuinely very captivating. I think you're getting people coming along, sharing their life's work in an hour. It was riveting. Yeah. The question: what do men need from us as women as they consider the impact of all of this?
Ooh, great question.
I mean, we kind of had a version of it, I think, earlier on in the talkathon. I think someone said, "What do wives need to do?" And I think my reflection on, they're probably already doing it. Men just need to listen. Like I'm being a little bit facetious.
I'm that slammed onto it for the 24 hours.
Did you get that?
She got that. She's
been recorded, Bryn.
Yeah. No, but it's so true, because I think the reality is, when it comes to this stuff, you get to places quicker. I think you get to places quicker. You see things quicker. And you're prepared. The things that need to be done, you're prepared to do them quicker. And so I think you know, we've heard some lovely stories of people kind of giving shout outs to their wives and partners who were the rock, who were the thing that was instrumental in them being able to change and do that hard work. And often a joint thing. So I think so Trevor talks about his wife having her own challenges and how they have to counterbalance. They have to check in with each other and kind of go, and how are you? Do you think you can manage this, or do you need me to manage this? So it's very much the kind of tag teaming. And then Dave Quak at the end was again sharing how his wife had her own battles, but actually that meant that she could then be a rock for him when he went through his bipolar diagnosis. So yeah, what can you do? Be patient with us, and also don't take no for an answer. Like, keep pestering us, because I think that's the problem, is that we often do need to be pushed towards action. So like, even if you keep getting pushback from us, trust your instincts, I'd say, and keep encouraging.
We have this whole scripture about the nagging wife that resonates around womanhood, of like, oh dear Lord, am I the one that my husband's going to sit on the edge of the roof, because that's better place than having a nagging wife. So I think it's like
Paul.
Oh, no, you're not throwing me under that bus, buddy. No, Fee, do not listen to anything that Bryn says from this moment.
There's a scripture that we all kind of have stored away, that's like this silent fear of us, where we think, I can't say that again, because now we're going to be that nagging woman. I
think I've got a cup at home that says he knows to take the bins out. You don't need to remind him every 6 months. Something like that. I think you've hit the general point, actually, is particularly if the man in your life or the man in your life is not feeling too great about himself, what you say next is really important, I think. And when you give kindness, extend kindness to someone who's probably getting on your last nerve, actually down the line, that really matters. It really means something, because we remember it. We remember it, and it's like there isn't a prayer that we haven't prayed. That there isn't a thought that we haven't thought, and all of that. But when a man does actually choose to speak up, I think it was Tony that shared it. I did not know that statistic either, that we have 2
people with extreme trauma.
Yeah, we'll reach out twice. I can definitely relate to that. Because one, they probably didn't realise that they had a problem. Then when they know that there's a problem, they don't know what the problem is. And then when they do know what the problem is, it's hard to talk about the problem. And you've got all that going on. But then when you actually eventually do say it, we've heard stories of how some people have handled that badly, maybe with all the best intentions in the world, but when you answer kindly and then help formulate a plan, I think Bryn's onto something with that. It's like, well, okay, how can I help? Like, you've asked the question, how can I help? And the answer might be, I'm not sure, but at least we're open then to the conversation that says, I'm not sure, but I'm actually open to ideas. That's how it happened for me, is that it wasn't I was being stubborn, it was that I was stuck in PTSD, and so I knew that something wasn't right, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what to do about it, because I had no reference points. I wasn't in control of the narrative, and I was having stress responses that I hadn't experienced before. So it's like your whole life trauma suddenly comes up and smacks you in the face one day, and you're like, how did I get from wherever I was to here and be so functional, but I can't do my admin? I can't open a bill, or I can't do whatever it is that the thing is. I've heard all the different stories from men. But actually then when somebody came and offered me a solution, and Fee was the deliverer of that, and came, and that must have been a really tough conversation for her to have, to actually open up to somebody when they asked how I was, and she was like, actually, I think I need to tell the truth. I don't know. She said, I don't know how Paul is, but I don't think he's okay. And this friend of ours said, I don't think Paul's okay either. Can I make a suggestion? Do you think he would accept speaking to someone, maybe a coach? So for me, I was offered a life coaching through a Christian coach. And when Fee asked me, she said, would you find that helpful? Would you take it? I said, I'll take anything right now that I can as an option, because everything I'm doing isn't working.
Mm.
And she went, thank God. And that was a life-changing moment, but it was because Fee came to me patiently, knowing how best to communicate with me, and left it with me.
Yeah, and that's why we need the freedom course.
Yeah.
And even keys to freedom. You know, I know lots of people get the two mixed up. You know, I've heard a few times where keys to freedom and the freedom course are interchanged. And but I think both have a part to play in that, and both have different functions. And I think the fact that the keys to freedom workbook is so easily accessible, there is no application, there is no waiting list, there's no, you know, you can literally get that pen, Bible, Holy Spirit, commit to the journey. And I was only talking to a pastor just yesterday or the day before, who said that he's done it 3 times, but the first time he read it as a book, because I'd given it to him and wanted his opinion on it, and he literally just like, well, it didn't do anything for me because I just read it as a book. He said, but then I put it on the side, and then when I was going through some stuff, I actually picked it up and I engaged with it. He said, and that's when I experienced transformation. And then he said, I've gone back to it since, because some of the things in there, they're just so fundamental that I want to go back and do it again with a different perspective, or a different you know, issue, if you like. So I think that's everything you're saying, is that what is there out there? I love that we aren't just raising awareness as a ministry. We're not just having talkathons, and because it's all good and well raising awareness, it is step one. But if there's nothing then to actually, you know, tangibly give to people and say, do this or engage with that, then all we're doing is talking about something without offering solutions. So I love that we're able to do both. Yes, let's talk about it. Yes, let's normalize it. Yes, let's destigmatize, remove the taboo, but also here are the resources. Here's what you can do today, right now. Get keys to freedom. Engage with it. No one's gonna else is going to do it for you.
And I think if you've learned anything from today, get a copy, buy an extra one, and find a guide to go through it with, because the chances are there'll be somebody in your world that needs this as well. Which just isn't saying it.
And if there isn't, find someone. Maybe that's your courage. Maybe that's my brave act, is to say, right, I'm ordering 3 of these books, or 2 of them, and I am going to find someone and say, do you know what, I need this, and I'm going to be brave enough to do it. I'd love it if you could do it with me. Imagine if every guy connected to Mercy that we can reach gets one other guy, like you say, even better 2. But where those 2 people are gathered, God's in the midst of them as well. And it is a great book, and it's so simple.
And then of course the freedom course is even more in depth, and that's the whole scaffolding around it, and having someone to actually support you through that journey is phenomenal. That's possible. And who'd have thought that COVID and the pandemic and all that meant was actually the catalyst for us to be able to take all that 20 years worth of experience and the program and everything that, and all our materials and resources, and put it online and see that it actually works. I mean, it's an interesting catalyst, really, isn't it? So it's exciting. The future is bright. I'm really excited. I'm going to let you guys wrap up here and say goodbye to your faithful watchers and
faithful
listeners.
people that keep finding us even when things go down. They just kept coming back like moths to a flame.
I know. I'm going to go put the kettle on. Although I'm not sure how much more caffeine you two can take in your bodies.
I have had 1 cup of coffee and half a cup of tea.
Is that all you had?
Yeah.
Well, then I've been a terrible host.
No. Out of
That's all.
choice, I instantly regretted the cup of coffee I had before because like it made it kind of
Well,
I felt it. I felt.
I've got some good ginger shots. That'll
Ginger-
get you going.
Ginger or gin?
Gin, but I think it's a little early for that. But ginger. Well, it's probably
ginger.
not. It could be late for you. I don't know. So yes, I'll go get you some refreshments and get you. And,
I'm a little bit home
see
for a
everybody.
shower.
Thanks
Starting
for
to
being
smell
with
like
us
a
on the
boy.
journey. We appreciate your support and your interaction. And there's still time to give. Bye.
Thanks, sorry.
We've got 8 minutes. Any parting words, Paul?
I think I've said plenty.
Well, you haven't. I thought that's what my one regret is we haven't really drilled down into your own story as much as that we could have done. But we'll save that for round
Some
4.
other time, huh?
Yeah. Next week, same time.
Same time next week. Another 24 hours.
Yeah.
I'd be on the freedom course in the week after, probably.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you everyone for sticking with us. We're into the final few moments. Honestly, it means a lot because when you start something like this, you never quite know how it's going to go. You just plan it, do it, and just trust everything will be fine. And honestly, the excitement and the buzz that we were seeing through the comments, through WhatsApp, you probably don't realize what a difference it makes because it does. And honestly, like it's fuel to the fire. It kind of what keeps you going. So thank you for your time. Trevor, tea spill story, please. Last 5 minutes.
I cannot finish
Well
on the
done.
tea spill story.
You have to.
Oh,
Trevor's requested
Trevor,
it.
you are so naughty. That's Trevor's authentic self right over the internet, which is great. Well done. So the tea spill story is about.
Is it kid safe, by the way? Because my kids are probably watching this. No, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Ish. I'll give you the kid safe
Grandparents,
version.
be ready to put fingers in ears if need be.
But I was reminded of this story in one of Trevor and I our session, and one of the amazing conversations we were having of how God speaks to us in certain things and encourages just being ourselves and being appreciated and loved for who we are. Again, not just what we do. And it was after I got kind of felt to get back in the saddle on some business. I've been out of the game for a little bit as I went through my own journey of coaching and therapy, and making sure that I was getting some freedom. And I felt the Lord put on my heart to get back involved in business. And somebody contacted me from a developer that I'd worked with previously. And I think this particular flight was over in France. I can't remember that, France or Cyprus. And I was feeling really excited because God had, I felt this permission just to start be yourself and just start doing bits and pieces. So, but I was, feeling a little bit rusty out. I was used to traveling out. I'd traveled so many times that you just have like I was in the military. I had my go bags, my grab bags, everything was just always packed, ready to go, mission ready, whatever. And it was the same in business. I'd have my case, I'd have suits, whatever I needed, all of the stuff for traveling, the little bottles, the whole job lot. But I just remember being a little bit out of practice on this one, and everything seemed a little bit frantic. And I got to I got to the airport, eventually got through, sat on the plane, and I'd remembered, picked my aisle seat so they can get up, go to the loo, get in and out quickly so that I'm not held up by the traffic, and sat down into my seat next to her. There was a couple next to me, and ordered. We got up in the drinks trolley came round. So again, I thought, I know the drill here. I'm feeling very proud of myself. Got the little test. I'm thinking, this is brilliant. I'm back in the saddle. This is going to be really, really exciting. I know what I'm doing. And so I ordered all the drinks, all the drinks and snacks and food and everything that I wanted, including a nice hot cup of tea. And as they served me, the plane was getting a little bit of turbulence and whatnot, and they put my tea down, and the sort of half in my hand and half onto the table. And as it went down, I dropped it on the guy next to me, right in his lap. The boiling up the tea. And so there's already a bit of turbulence going on. People are feeling a little bit nervous. Now, the last thing you want to hear when you've got turbulence going on in an aircraft is a grown man scream as loud as you could possibly. I shouldn't laugh. This is terrible, but it was. So the hot tea, I could see as it was happening. The hostess was looking as if to say, "Why?" And it just spilled all over him. He screamed out. Then other people started screaming because he's screaming. I'm just like, "Oh Lord, take me now." I'm thinking, this is just not how my trip is supposed to be going. I'm supposed to be a vet at all this stuff. I thought, these things happen, that sort of thing. But he was fuming, absolutely furious. But then just started basically kind of sob and weep a bit and just breathe. So that it got worse because the hostess evidently has not seen this happen before, and she's looking at me as if to say, "Oh, you." And all she had was I had my other drink, a cold drink, and I'd asked for some ice. She'd filled it up with ice, and all she had in her hand was the remainder of the ice. So she threw it on his lap. All again with this horror, this look of horror on her, as if to say, like, you could tell she's thinking, this is just not the job for me. I'm thinking, please let it not be a first day or something. No. Anyway, and you can see everyone's looking at me absolutely fuming. And so he's whimpering next to me, this poor chap, and I'm like, "I'm sorry," and he didn't want to talk right then. So I'm like, "Oh man, we've only just taken off. This is going to be horrible." And it's a packed plane, absolutely packed. And then, just to exacerbate and really make matters worse, they finally then got on with serving the drinks through all the chaos again as things settled down. And I can hear people behind me ordering their drinks and they're saying, can I have some ice, please? I have to say, "I'm really sorry, we haven't got any ice left." As I'm crunching on mine. Sipping my drink, putting it down, thinking, "Oh, this is getting worse." And then we landed. I don't think I've disembarked an aircraft as quick since I left the military. I've jumped out of planes not quite as quickly, I reckon. And off I went. But I was saying, why on earth am I sharing this memory? Why has God reminded me of it? And it was about how we don't get into formulas that actually, even when God sends us back in to do something or gives us the next mission, task, or opportunity, it won't necessarily be how we thought it was going to be. That we're not looking to control the narrative. And what I was doing is I was effectively doing it in my own strength out of habit. And this is what I used to do. But God was like, "No, it's not going to be like that." That whole business trip that weekend was exactly like that. I ordered. We were staying in this chateau that we were selling. They put me up in this chateau, which was a Michelin star restaurant as well. And I deviated from the plan on that as well. I thought, I've got it all figured out. I ordered some food and I just couldn't eat it. It just wouldn't settle. So I had to send this food back in front of a potential client in a Michelin star restaurant. And I didn't send it back. They came because I wasn't eating as quickly as I probably would normally. But it was just that's the story I was telling Trevor, because God really just smiled at me and was like, "This is how I deal with imperfection. This will get done the way that I want to get it done." We did the deal, as it happens. The guy, he thought it was hilarious, the guy and the client. And
did you tell him the story?
we got in. Yeah, he got into the travelling, and it's sort of a bit of a luck, I think, between me and one of my colleagues. But no, it was more about the meal and the way everything that we'd planned, everything that we had planned for him went wrong. But I was just basically, you know what, I'm here. I felt the Lord send me, so I was just myself. And he said, you know what, I've actually had the best weekend. I've really enjoyed it. He said, I thought this was going to be a really boring trip. But he said, you guys are hilarious. He said, we've just had such a good time. And he sealed the deal for the property and then went on his way. But yeah, thanks for chucking me under the bus for that one, Trevor.
What a way to end. We've done it 3 minutes past 10.
Yeah.
We've kept going longer than need be.
Praise God.
Guys, thank you so much for being with us. And we'll see you soon.